Greetings, friends, and welcome to Tales of Ithalian, where a group of nerds and odd ducks play D&D. I'm your storyteller, Jaron Noble. As this is our second week, I'm going to have everyone go around again and remind everyone what your name is and who you are playing. Starting with my left.
My name is Amy, and I play SAAKA.
My name is Abigail, and I play ANETH.
My name is Nathan, and I am playing Winding Coil.
My name is Liam. I am playing Care.
My name is Nick, and I'm playing KELSION.
My name is Jack, and I'm playing OLMAGTE.
My name is LEVI, and I'm playing DATH'TAN.
Okay. Is everyone ready?
Yes.
Ready?
I don't know, are we?
We'll
What are we
find out.
fighting?
Alright.
Without further ado, get comfy, and let's begin. Now, last we left off, our survivor of the boat, called the Monger, were pulled ashore with the assistance of some strangers on the corner of one of Nilkaio's islands, Totaro. It did not take long, however, for the danger to be revealed, them attempting to disarm you in your sleep. A fight quickly ensued, with two strangers riding in on a horse, and a previously captured prisoner dug his way out of the tunnel he was buried in. You all made short work of your attempting captors, annoyingly so for me, learning from one dying breath that others will follow soon. Taking time to eat in silence, you left the beach to reach the Neuron Highway, the main road that shoots around the entire exterior of the island, where a small caravan came across you. Led by an interesting tiefling figure named Lux, he talked to you and saw what your situation was, made a call for himself. He offered you all payment to help them reach Rebton, and allowing you to gather your bearings. You agreed and began to head south down the island. You walked and spoke amongst each other until night came. Food was made, and you all took shifts looking and taking watch during the night. You thought the night went peaceful. But when morning came, it was discovered that Derek, a man who previously, from the night before, shouted insults towards the entire group before storming off, was found dead nearby. A handful of you are already there at the body, while the others run through the grass, not even fully dressed in the morning. You feel the warm grass on your feet as the sun is risen, and you are on your way. And that is where we left off. Now, as for the three of you that were there, as far as my notes, where it was KELSION, COIL, and Care that were immediately there, as you were the first ones that took off running. SAAKA is a bit faster and was right on your heels. As you find yourself within the clump of 5 trees, you look about. The tall firs stand around you, clear. Almost unnoticeable resin runs down each and every one of them. The thin needle leaves brushing off of you, and what armor or clothing you have on coming loose and falling onto you or onto the ground as you walk into the small clump. The bushes, full of several wild berries, are tough and catches on to any loose clothing that you have. The bushes interconnecting these already close trees, almost like a small line. You look about you. Within this grouping of nature, there is a pill-shaped dip running vertical, straight ahead, taking up the center of this small clearing. Only a few feet deep, from all sides a slanted decline, and at the right foot of where you enter, laid upon the slant, is the human male, torn to shreds.
How far away was he from us where we were?
From the encampment in which you were taking watch, this is roughly about 85, 90 feet.
Okay. And there was, if I recall correctly, a lady who cried out that drew this to our
She is
attention.
just outside of the clump. You
Okay.
figure that she saw it and screamed and ran out.
Oh, okay.
Some of the work hands that were running with you are tending to her.
Okay. I look to KELSION to see how he reacts as I'm also scanning the surroundings just in case something else is still with us.
Make a perception check if you want to.
Sure.
KELSION, are you doing anything?
Well, Upon closer inspection of Darren, do the wounds seem animalistic in nature, or do they seem to be as they were from a sword, dagger, or something?
Make a medicine check. With a 9, looking about, there's nothing in this grouping with you.
Coil, keep an eye out.
Medicine check, correct?
Yes.
That would be...
I will...
10.
Okay. I will say, Care, it is interesting for the entire fact that you're looking around and, I mean, there's almost no signs of a scuffle, really, or anything. There's no claw marks or cut marks on any one of the trees. Doesn't look like any of the branches were very much disturbed. It's just the body.
No signs that he was dragged there?
No.
Interesting.
Taking a look at him, you notice that across his body there are 3 specific wide gashes across it. They are not clean cuts either. It looks as if chunks of his body were grabbed and torn off in this messy grabbing motions. One across his chest, core, and lower stomach. His face is left mostly intact. His eyes wide in shock. A cut down the middle of his face, almost splitting it directly in half, and somewhat curled back, as if someone attempted to peel the skin of the skull back on him. His mouth is hanging open. His left arm is severed from the body, lying nearby a tree thrown out of the dip. You see that his right leg is a few inches below the knee, where a compound fracture is outward, so just below the kneecap. It looks as if he took a serious blow there.
Okay, this is not man in nature. This seems more beast or something more dangerous.
If it is a beast, I would assume it to be smart if it's immobilized him before killing him.
At this point, SAAKA, you would have run up and entered the clearing. You would be seeing this now. The man is pretty much at your feet as you run into the clearing. In this dip, he's laid up against the slant.
I'm gonna lean down and feel his body, his skin, see if it's warm or cold.
There is a tiny bit of warmth left. Just a little.
His body is still a bit warm. This wasn't that long ago.
You figure that this has maybe been an hour max.
I would say within the hour. So
This had to be a cleric who couldn't have pursued necromancy. This would have been over quick. This would have been fun.
do we think it could have gotten very far?
In an hour. Quite possibly. Can you track it? I know not that technique.
That is not one of my specialties.
You can make a survival check if you still wish to look for something.
Sure.
At this point, those that were catching suit, which would have been decked in nearby the tree, being close enough but being caught completely unawares of what was happening, took you a second to at least put some gear back on you to run. You're not really running in armor, but your weapons are on you just in case. You sprint in, and Aneth as well. You were taking a little bit more of time just making sure that people were all right. So if you want to, you can be behind them. But as far as I know, I don't think you made a beeline for it. Okay, so you're still staying in the encampment for now?
Yep.
Okay.
Coming upon the body, do you think that Aneth would recognize any of these attack markings as their previous
Interesting
encounter?
question. Go ahead and make a medicine check yourself.
Okay.
Got a 5. Looking about, it's actually kind of scary. You were one of the hunters of your tribe for a while, and you got pretty good at it, being able to discern the size, shape, and patterns of any sort of print or even the movement and the turning of some of the dirt within the ground itself. There are no marks. You kind of almost get this sense that This could have been a ghost for all you know. There's no depressions in the ground.
Is Lux here yet?
Lux is dealing with the woman just outside the clump, but you do begin to see the golden tiefling begin walking his way into the clearing at this point.
11.
Taking a look about, there is no creature in your mind that can really do this. You figure that it's aggressive and powerful, but those are pretty basic and no-brainer things to pull off of what you see here. It's a little bit frustrating at the moment.
I want to take a look at the fall marks.
Okay. So this would be the third check, so this is the last check that can be made on the body. So medicine check, go ahead.
A 19.
19. Interesting. As you look about, you notice that as DATH'TAN goes down into the dip, kind of gets on, not quite his knees, but kneels down, he looks, and you see they begin pulling and tearing apart some of the cloth that's already being torn on him, just taking in-depth look at the body. As you did a very light search, he begins just going in-depth, even checking and pulling at the folds of the skin where the wounds are at, looking for things. You begin noticing that besides these wounds, there's not a whole lot of blood pooled around the ground staining. Just some small smatterings here and there. The largest, sum of stains would be that was sprayed where the arm is, where it was tossed off to. Looking around and at the body, you find several puncture marks, each a set of 4 clean holes on the clavicle, ribs, and right arm. You notice that it's harder to notice amongst the carnage, so you can understand why the others didn't see this. But the skin seems somewhat shriveled, almost pulled into the body. You get the feeling to put it simply, Derek is on empty.
Vampire.
Looking up, is it like there's a treetop canopy, or is it open skies? Right.
These are
above?
fir trees, so looking up, it's not like dense and cover over. They are just pine trees. So as you look up, you can't see the sky, but the fir trees do tower over you.
Whatever it was almost like they weren't here. Almost like a ghost.
Can I glance up and see if any of the branches have been disturbed?
Go ahead.
Considering that
Just go ahead and make I would say investigation if you're taking time looking through to the branches, seeing what you can find.
16.
16. No. Looking through, there seems to be no snapped or broken. The thin pine needles as you look through them, pine cones that are around. Honestly, this place looks almost immaculate besides the body. As each and every one of you are taking turns investigating, looking around, you do hear Lux from behind as he's staring at the body himself, standing now at the opposite side of the dip as he's walked his way around, looking over to the trees and into the bushes. You hear his piercings clink against his horns as he moves. He looks over to you. Do we have any ideas?
Whatever it was, it knew how to get a job done without much disturbance.
Anything else hopeful?
Well, not a lot of blood. The only blood is at the arm, which is over there.
So, what does that mean?
Could mean many things.
That drinks blood.
Could be. Yeah.
Good, good.
Does anything match that particular trait among these lads?
I am not born of Nukayo or very knowledgeable about the beasts that roam here. I'm a traveling merchant, as you could imagine. This isn't my expertise.
Can I make a nature check to try and determine if that is a natural entity of which I am familiar? Even if, like, only heard of it in a book or something?
A nature check?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's a 24.
Okay. This could be an array of things.
Okay.
If DATH'TAN points them out to you and shows, you take a notice of the puncture holes of the 4 perfect bit chunks within clavicle, ribs, and arm. It's not like it was bit and torn out of. Not to be anything noticeable. Something understood that it could mask its bites within the carnage of the body. So you feel like whatever it is probably has a bit more intelligence to it than a random beast. You figure from any sort of reading from either natural books or even a bit more into the weird, strange creatures of the night. This could be a vampire, but it could be some form of spider or anything of the like.
This creature
Honestly,
killed like a con artist. Or perhaps it was 2 different creatures.
It could have been multiple attackers. You do notice overall, taking an in-depth study and kind of piecing together every little clue so far that has been gathered, that this was possibly a surprise attack.
Mm-hmm.
Or if anything, that Derek didn't expect it.
I'm gonna step back and kind of observe Lux's motions, see whether his investigation is half-hearted or whether he is actually interested.
Make an insight check.
16.
As far as you can tell, he is looking like there is no tomorrow. He is digging through the bushes, moving. You can see that he's cutting his hands and part of his forearms that he's rolled up on his sleeves as he's looking through some of these sharper bushes. He's looking for answers.
Okay. That rules him out. Alright.
You see that he goes, something that can kill a man in the night without anyone hearing it. No bygone guard anywhere nearby. And if they did see our freak show of a body, we'd probably all be hung. So that's amazing. But on top of all that, we don't know what this thing is.
If I may,
He turns to overlook to you.
this creature might be attempting to disguise its intent with the mass mauling. I would assume it to be intelligent. It took the blood and then attempted to disguise it by tearing it apart.
So, do you know any beast that can be capable of it?
Vampire is the first thing that comes to mind, but I know nothing of such things.
A vampire out here. Interesting. This won't be easy. But I trust in you lot.
When I was checking the body, did I get any sense of anything from the marks being fae, fiend, or undead
I thought too.
in nature at all?
As for, I don't believe you can meditate and find out, but you do have advantage on such things.
Yes.
Looking at it, it's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, you're normal that, especially with bite marks, they're normally much more aggressively quick. It is normally like, especially if it's a fiend or something, it is like bite, tear. If it's
Could I determine what's happened first, either the scratch marks and the bite marks, or
with your decent medicine check, you figure that it was probably the gash marks first.
the gash mark? Okay. Do the gash marks look the most bloodied? Like
Those are the things
right,
that, of anything, probably had the most blood to it.
much blood to it. But
You
is there any blood on the body?
On the body, surprisingly, there is a little bit within the wounds that look like torn out. But as you did your investigation and checked, and even where the arm was torn off, like that section, not much blood is spilling out or draining. It's he's tapped.
Talk to me, see if they saw anything.
Is there any one of the notable people who aren't here currently?
your teammate OLMAGTE, as well as CAEDRIK, is not amongst you. And the rest of the heads of the caravan. You don't know if they stayed on purpose or if they were told to stay, but only Lux of the caravan is out here.
How far away are they?
These guys?
Mm-hmm.
About 90 feet or so, a bit more.
Okay. I have information, but I can't share it because I'm too far.
Alright.
That's normally how that works.
How far
Yep.
does your mind speech go?
60 meters.
Feet.
Sorry, sorry.
Meters is something different.
I know. Sorry.
Well, why
Meters
don't
would
you
get you
just
within
float
range.
your butt
Yeah.
over here?
I don't... He doesn't feel like it right now.
You're like, well, I have
To be-
some very important
To be fair, he wouldn't know too. He doesn't know what's going on.
Exactly.
He thinks everything's dandy and you guys got this probably.
Well, Aneth has her suspicions after being introduced to the heads of the caravan. She would like to go back and speak to the woman who did not speak. She was the one on the last caravan, I believe.
Rala.
Yeah,
The human woman.
with the child.
Sure. So you turn around and begin going, and Lux kind of sees Aneth walk away, and he looks about the rest of you. I'm probably going to decide to stay here for the next few nights, see if we can't get this thing tracked. I don't want to be a slow-moving meal while we're getting picked off one by one, especially if we keep getting separated like this. We'll stay here until everything's resolved. You watch as he kind of stands there in silence and breathes deeply, running his hand through his hair, and he goes, I've learned through the years that I can be too trusting too quickly. Guess that's a flaw for me to work on. I am not mad, but this happened under your noses. Derek wasn't a great person. Not many liked him in this caravan, me included.
I was awake the whole time.
But he was still a person. If that was anyone else, this would be a much more difficult day to move on for, is what I'm saying. I'm not pushing blame or judgment, but I am paying you for somewhat of a reason. To keep my people safe. Please, find out what did this. I'll do my best to calm them down. If you didn't see anything, talk to my people. See if they saw something. I'll let them know that you're going to talk to them. Best of luck. He then walks out of the dip and out of the collection of trees, leaving those within you in this gathering alone with the body. Trying to figure out what to do, you once again look amongst each other. The group of strangers trying to now figure out a murder. Looking for answers in each other's faces, but finding none.
So how exactly far is where we're at from like the main encampment?
Encampment. It's about 90-95 feet.
Point a finger at you.
Southeast of it.
One of them did it.
As you walk, Lux catches up to you and goes, off so soon?
This problem was persisting.
I've got some questions for some people.
Sure. Who?
I believe her name is Rala?
Someone that we've met is from the caravan.
She's
Ah.
got a child.
From
Yes.
the side.
She's one of the heads of the caravan. Her son, Kramer.
Yes.
I'll go with you. Let her know to be cooperative with you.
Thank you.
She can be a bit of a feisty lady.
That's alright, I've dealt with plenty of those.
Could I go join Aneth and Lux back to the...
You see them walking over and you make a quick run. It takes a little bit and you do notice the small cat legs trying to carry
The cleric.
himself all the way to you at full speed, and Lux goes, whoa, let's slow down there.
Yeah, I slow down to let Coil catch up.
T stops near them. Where are you going?
Going to ask some questions?
I'm going to help her.
Can I come?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
And then
You
just
see, he
kind
kind
of...
of looks back into the grouping to see if he can't spot Care. Who are you looking over at this point, or just still focusing on the body?
Myself and KELSION will probably be mid-conversation.
He just sees them and very well continues walking with the two of you. the rest of you doing?
So I walk up to you guys.
I join.
Karen, Kelsion.
So it is currently the four of us,
Yeah.
really? Okay.
Yes.
What do you think Derek was doing this far from the main encampment?
If I had to take a guess, it would have been with his outburst last night. As much as I don't like it, I think it's someone from the caravan. Outburst
very much
could've-
could be.
someone from the caravan could have taken it a bit too personal and decided to deal with Derek. As far as I understand, he's
Hasn't
not too liked.
hasn't there been a previous attack?
That's what I understood, which would quite potentially mean it's one of them.
What do we know the details of that attack?
I am believing it is a intelligent, blood-sucking creature. A vampire or something of the like. There are animals that can do this, but they would not be smart enough to disguise the blood-sucking with carnage.
And to without leaving a trace.
If I can interrupt, the gash marks across his body were first, and then the bite marks.
Interesting.
So it wasn't covering.
Not necessarily. Interesting nonetheless.
Well, Luck should instruct the others to stay within camp.
They should have known that by now if they were attacked before.
Evidently not.
I do not expect this to be a intelligent specimen of his species.
So what now?
Watch the caravan members. See what they do. Ensure that no one is alone to be picked off.
So what time is it right now?
It's morning, right?
Yes. You guys pretty much just woke up and were beginning to grab breakfast while this happened.
I want breakfast.
I could go for something to eat.
We're both standing over like a mauled
Yeah.
corpse.
I'm pretty sure we all
Flies already, maggots are slowly beginning to give birth.
Care feels nothing.
Maybe,
You probably also
Yeah.
feel nothing.
maybe some
You
sausage,
feel a
anybody?
small bit of warmth come to you as Kindness is throwing up in the coat.
Kindness is like, yeah, mealtime.
So you all head out of the funk.
Shh.
Yeah.
Are we done with this body? Do we need to dispose of it?
We should probably ask what Lux wants with the body before just doing
Agreed.
anything to it.
Not many people liked him. And as Lux said, if someone else finds this body, then we are all in trouble. So we should dispose of it as soon as possible.
Do we have any first suspects?
I'm not sure how I feel about Lux.
I too do not necessarily trust him. However, he does seem to earnestly want to know what happened.
He's doing something, but maybe not exactly what we're thinking.
Shall we return to the caravan and start questioning?
Crocodile
So, do the rest of you move up?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay. You two follow? Okay. So, as you head out of the grouping of trees and walk towards the 5 encircled wagons along the cliff-face coastline, semicircle extension where this encampment lies, you look to the fellow strangers amongst you and wonder where this is going. The day is nicer. The sun beginning to truly become to be fully out. The ice-cold breeze hits you of the ocean winds. Yet the sun helps, the warm to the touch of your skin. As you enter, it is deathly quiet. The people that sit amongst the grass and wildflowers look to you as you enter, not muttering a word, but a very meaningful look in their eyes, trying to read off of you to see what their situation could possibly be. All eyes here are looking about each and every one of you. It makes several of you uncomfortable. Even for the minutes that has passed, the word has spread like wildfire. Either through rumor or through fact of perhaps the woman that saw it. There's a very sobering silence that has come over the rest of the people. Lux, who's been walking with you as you guys are in the encampment walking towards one of the back right corner wagon that's up against the cliff, which would be Rala's. He stops, looks, and walks over, clearing his throat. Everyone, I know that it has been a very short but already hard day, but I ask that you bear with us. This group, as he gestures to you, will find out who did this. And in the meantime, we will wait. We will stay close, stay safe. Move in groups, and if anything unnatural is seen, you are to shout at the top of your lungs. Do you understand? We will come help you. You do not have to be afraid in this moment. We are going to try to remain calm throughout this entire endeavor. Sit tight. We will get to the bottom of this, I promise you. There is a small whispering that is heard, but besides that, there is no reaction. Lux himself, in this moment, looks a bit uncomfortable himself as he goes, right. Turns to you all again. I'll talk to the work hands and assist you in talking to my associates. I will go notify them one by one that you are going to be speaking to them today. Let's speak with Rala first. He continues walking with you and Coil.
Sorry.
You look about and try and find where each one of these caravan leaders are. You see Drud, the Cyclops Goliath, standing by his wagon at the furthest top right near the edge of the cliff. My mistake. He looks around before walking behind it, towards the cliffside. You see Cadrid and Cathis, the partially split but still connected twins, in the center of this circle encampment, sitting near the dugout fire pit that you all ate dinner by. He sits in front of it, eyes closed, looking as if he's meditating. You see him begin to mutter some words underneath his breath to himself. Rala, the human woman in which you see Aneth, Coil, and Lux beginning to walk over, with brown hair, blue eyes, who now wears a plain white shirt and baggy brown pants instead of her coat, at the side of the wagon, at the bottom right of this encampment. She kneels down by the front wheel and points where you see Kramer's head pop out, his small, starry-eyed boy who crawls out from under the wagon, his brown hair and big cheeks covered in dirt. She takes the corner of her shirt and begins wiping it away, before smiling and rustling his hair and continuing. You see Medra, the tall, pale woman of black hair, still wearing this covering of a long robe of black with a deep purple glitter sheen to it, stands silent, off by the single tree DATH'TAN rested at earlier. It's off southeast in the encirclement, in the same direction where the grouping of the trees are, but closer. It's leafless and shorter than most of the trees around, maybe 10 feet tall. its trunk solid, although slightly bowed to the right, until it reaches near the top, where it begins to shrivel slightly and bend to the right in an incomplete half-curl at the top point, almost looking like two parts of a tree twisted together and attempting to twist away from itself, making that of a claw shape. Simply, she herself looks out to the coastline next to the tree. Two of her forearms covered by the cloak as she holds them by the bottom forearms, and the cloak meets in the middle, her other hands clasped together down by her waist. Looking about, you seem to have some people to speak to. I will deal with your conversation first, as you are technically right there. As you approach with Lux and Coil, you see that she holds her son close, taking off the last smudges on his face, and then she notices that people are approaching and looks up from her one knee, reads your face, and her smile quickly drops as she looks to Lux, who has a very tired look on his face already. And she looks down to Kramer and goes, "Try not to get too dirty, okay?" The boy looks to her and goes, "Yes, Mom." Rollo rustles his hair again and goes, "Go on, I'll see if I can't come find you in a bit." And as he begins going, she goes, "Don't go off too far," as she stands. Dusting off her pants, looking to you with a cocked eyebrow. "So are you going to ask me questions or not?" And she looks to Lux, "Because I would just like to get back to my kid." Lux kind of looks to you and goes, "I'll let you handle the questioning. Rollo, these people mean no harm." Rollo goes, "I don't know about that. First night we hire on some guys and one of us is mutilated in the back. Bit suspicious, don't you think?" Lux, you kind of see, purses his lips and looks to her and goes, "Work with these people, Rollo." She goes, "Fine." Looks down to you.
I've just got one question. What was your... Did you have any quarrel with Derek at any time during these past few weeks, perhaps?
Of course, he was a dick. Very pushy. Tried to get things done his way instead of just trying to work as a team. And on top of all of that, he has threatened my kid several times, so...
Now, do you know anybody or have suspicions of anyone in the group who may be more than they show on the surface? Do you have any pointers that I can go talk to?
Anyone here? This caravan is pretty interesting. The work hands are simple beings, but, I mean, even Drudd, as simple as he is, has had quite the past.
Okay. And then one more for you. Did you see anything last night before you got to rest? Did you hear anything or feel anything? Did you notice anything?
No, I was asleep with Kramer actually pretty early in the night.
Okay. Well, if you get any more ideas or if you hear anything, please bring it to me.
Alright, and she kind of looks back to Lux, and Lux just nods. What leads do you even have?
Well, I thought I had one, but now that I'm here, it's kind of starting to all muddle together. I guess I'll just go around questioning. Maybe join my my group.
Sure. What's the story about your group anyways? How did you guys get your start as mercenaries? And Lux just goes, "Oh, right."
That's a good question, because we're not technically mercenaries.
You see Rala, her eyebrows kind of shoot up, and she looks to Lux and she goes, "You didn't hire professionals." And Lux goes, "Look, they were quite capable, as they told me."
Yes.
That sounds much worse, doesn't it?
Now, before we sully our name any further, let me explain in short. I met these fine specimen on a beach, and they were in a quarrel with a group of bandits who apparently have some kind of reputation on the beaches. After making quick work of them, we bonded over a meal and decided that because we had a common goal, we would travel together. And then we met you. So, there's that in short. I'm sure you could get more out of them on how they got there.
Okay. Well then, I would like to ask you a favor, if you don't mind.
Of course.
You see she looks to the middle of the field and looks to Kramer, who's running in circles around each one of the work hands as they walk about, doing what they can. They seem busy with either cleaning clothes in small wooden wash tubs or taking note of inventory. Rala kind of cocks her head at an angle as she meets your gaze once again. She speaks plainly. Derek was a sad excuse for a man, and probably got what he deserved. But the rest of these people, my son, she looks back out to them, and you see a female dwarf work hand, basic brown shirt and pants with an apron, frizzled orange hair done up in a bun with strands poking out of it, freckles all over her face. She's put Kramer on her shoulders and has begun making silly noises while running through the field. She smiles and she goes, "They don't deserve what he got.
No.
So, please, don't fail them."
Believe me, even if I were to have witnessed it, I wouldn't have let him perish, at least not like that. It will be not only my duty, but my group's duty to keep you safe until we reach wherever we're going.
She nods slowly and turns, and on the wheel you see her dark black coat with the red trim. She grabs it and she looks down with an odd look as some of the buttons seem to have been missing or removed. She seems a bit confused as she puts it on. She goes, "That's good. I'll trust you then.
I hope I can keep...
I'll do my best to stay up tonight. Keep watch."
Thank you. But don't lose too much sleep, considering you are driving a wagon.
That's fair. Lux goes, "I've actually been meaning to talk to you. We won't be moving tonight, as you heard." And she goes, "I wanted to talk to you about that." And Lux goes, "I can handle the rest from here. I'll move on to the rest of my work hands and speak to them as well."
Thank you. Coil, let's get you back to care.
Okay.
And then I go to find the rest of the group.
Who are already in the midst. You see CAEDRIK at this point is just like waking up and he's looking around very confused. And she's like, "What the hell?"
I just kind of give him a
up.
wave.
He gives you a slight wave. Then he looks about, making sure that he can actually find Beetle.
Oh. Oh.
Hey, CAEDRIK, what are you looking for?
Where's the horse?
That's a
Where's
good
the horse?
question. I'm gonna make a perception to see if I can
Where
find
the
the horse.
fuck is he?
Oh, God. 11.
11? Not from what you can see.
I'm gonna start running around calling his name. I know he responds to it.
So as you begin running around calling his name, you instantly hear a neigh from the back end of the carts, and you run back and you see that that's where all the horses are being kept. On the back side of the carts near the cliff face, you see all the horses are like tied to one very large stake into the ground just past the middle cart, but all of them with their rope about 10 feet each are like all the way on one side away from the single dark horse that's just sitting there staring at them. And as Beetle moves, they move around, attempting not to get close to this horse as he just...
Okay, just safe. As long as you're safe, I'm not even worried.
Satyr goes, "Please tell me I'm not about to get skinned alive."
No,
Good.
I found him.
Woo! Okay, I'm gonna get ready.
Good idea. We've got a murder on our hands.
What?
So, I'm gonna let the whole group recap it so I don't tell you wrong.
Sure.
Get ready and then meet. Just come find us.
Sounds like a plan. He just turns and shakes his head and begins walking away. You see that even with the new news, he's a bit more calm, but you see that he seems way more relieved that he doesn't have to tell the owner of the horse that it's been missing. As for the rest of you,
I want to thoroughly check around the tree that I slept at.
okay. So as you begin walking, you begin approaching Maedra, as she is standing next to that said tree. As you approach the tall woman from an angle from the front, she doesn't make eye contact with you, or even acknowledge your presence as you approach. She simply stares ahead. Being 100 feet or more from the cliff edge, you don't really have a visual of the sea or ocean or coastline. Yet, she looks out as if she can see over the cliff edge, a look of happiness on her face. As you get close, she finally shifts her head slowly to look down to you as you approach. She keeps her smile, her lips never breaking to reveal teeth, just the deep purple lipstick mouth smiling at you. The green crystal embedded into her forehead. She gives a small sigh and... Derek worked for me for a long time. He was mostly a short-tempered man whose thoughts were mostly on the next drink and woman he would get once he was paid. It wasn't the most noble of lives, but his simplicity was something I appreciated. He was a simple man with simple goals. It will be interesting not to hear the same angry mumbles I was so used to riding in the back of my wagon. I overheard some of the talk. Apparently you were to be speaking to me.
The group, most likely, yes. I am not one for asking questions. I was just checking for any more signs of a struggle around here, around the tree line.
She looks about. Be my guest.
Alright.
She doesn't move, but doesn't seem to be blocking you from getting closer to the tree.
Can I make an investigation or anything of the sort?
Well, what are you looking to do?
Signs of struggles around where I was asleep. Anything of the
This would be
out of the ordinary.
I would say this would be investigation, because it's not just a simple look around. You're kind of getting down on one hand and you're running your hand through feeling depressions or any sort of scuffle or change in the dirt.
That's 21.
21. Feeling around. I mean, besides the pretty obvious crease, you are pretty darn good at this. The obvious crease that you were lying against the tree, sleeping, not much. It looks like there was some footsteps around it, but you figure that was probably Maedra walking over here and yourself moving around quickly to get your equipment on. It does not look like much activity was around here. You see that as she looks out, not looking at you, she just begins to talk. I had a vision of this thing. It was aggressive. Down on all of its limbs, moving swiftly. Dark as the night sky around it. Multiple tails. They moved aimlessly on their own, looking for something to strike at. Perhaps they found it. She looks back to you. It will return tonight. She smiles and goes, I believe in your capabilities. I will not be afraid. In fact, I will sleep better tonight than I did yesterday night, knowing that you will be killing a creature that stalked us, and your busybodies will get the job done.
Is there anything you could tell me that would be as of any help as to most likely why he was targeted first?
If I were to make any sort of guess, it would be because that he was away. He stormed off, and we did not see him until we found him.
Oh, I also slept at this tree.
She kind of looks and goes, I did not think that he headed over here. Did you see him?
No.
Then he stormed off, as far as we all last saw him. Unless you saw him again.
I was out as soon as Lux finished his song.
All right. Well then. I would not know then.
Alright. I'm gonna head back into the tree line to see if I can find anything else.
Best of wishes.
You too.
She just looks out. The sun beating down on her dark and purple robes. You'd think she'd be overheating, but she seems perfectly fine.
What cart was Derek in? Where was Derek? Because I was never a...
Derek was not any one of the heads. He was a work hand. He worked for Maedra.
Okay.
As he was discussing payment with Maedra the night before.
Where did I last see him? Because I was making sure I was looking at everyone.
Derek did not go to sleep amongst the group. After the argument, he stormed off and no one saw him for the rest of the night. He came in during dinner, yelled at Maedra, who was trying to get him to calm down, and he stormed off. Lux did his song to help everyone go to sleep, and then watch was taken, and in the morning he was found.
I was basically watching Lux the entire night, among other people, right?
You were standing over quite a few sleeping people.
Did Lux do anything that I would have noticed before he went to sleep?
I mean, he sat by the fireplace for a bit after playing his song, and then went to his knapsack and went to bed.
Did he set his instrument down somewhere?
Next to him.
Okay. Alright. I'm just thinking right now.
Sure. So you enter the tree line?
Yes.
Going back in there, you do see that there are what seems to be two work hands now around the body as you re-enter the pill-like dip and collection. One of them has a shovel and they're trying to find a way to collect the body without having it fall to pieces on them. They kind of look up at you. You see one of them like comes with a start and almost drops his shovel, and he goes, "Calm down." So he looks to you and he goes, "Can we help you?" You look.
Just double checking if I missed anything the first time I was here.
Right. You do see that one of them seems to be a younger man, long blonde hair, human. He looks to you like just amber eyes that are wild and freaked out that he thought the monster may be coming back as he was trying to collect it. Wearing very base white shirt, brown pants, and a very rickety shovel. The other one seeming to be an older half-elf. He seems to have more graying hair along with the black. He looks to you, a bit more of an emerald gleam to his eyes, and seems to have a vest over his very basic clothes, but once again, nothing too fancy. He kind of, very good, we'll get this out of your way. See that he picks up the one half and he goes, "Come on." Human male picks up the other half and they both slowly start shimming the body out of there. Up the dip just a few feet and then trying to hold him above the bushes.
You said that there was no scratch marks on trees or anything?
They kind of stop holding the body and look back to you. We didn't see anything, but we weren't really looking.
Alright.
Do you mind handing me that arm?
Yeah.
Pick it up and you kind of like place it on the main body. You just right into the open wound. They're like, "Yep, have a good day."
That's even worse.
It literally looks just like ground meat that you kind of pushed a hand into.
Like I said, I've seen worse. Okay.
Turning back.
Where to start? I guess let's recheck the trees. Then work outwards. So I'm gonna check the trees, then where the body was, and then go out from there.
Okay. Go ahead and make a Investigation check. I'll let you do 2 different checks here.
18.
18. Okay. Is that 2 different checks?
That was one.
Okay, so I was going to make the first
Yeah.
check the inner.
Yeah.
Looking around at the inner, you do end up finding that, unlike the others, as they were looking around for tracks, broken branches, things of the like, you have been feeling around mostly for movements and grooves in the ground. And even though SAAKA checked for that, you feel like her hunting methods were a bit more basic than what you have in your knowledge and arsenal. As you feel, it does look as if at some point the body was dragged. Like it looks at from the top end of the vertical pill here, that kind of runs along this way, the dip pill shape. It looks as if, since you found it on the back end, as if someone was dragged up until that point. You just feel a groove that follows all the way back to where the body was found.
I'm gonna start following it to see if I can find anything else.
Okay, make another investigation check.
18.
18. Beginning to follow it and travel, your hand slowly running across the ground. You're not wanting to stand up. It's a bit of an awkward position to be leaning forward and almost down on just like as low as you can squat and walking. You feel like your back's going to be a little out of place afterwards, but you're not minding it. You're just following the very weird trail feeling along your fingertips as it just seems like this body was almost snaked across as you begin moving with it. And you begin walking quite a ways away until you pretty much reach the Neuron Highway, the dirt and sand road to it. That you finally see what looks to be a mark, finally something within it that is much more clear and visible. With on the trail, as you are now up there, not like you've elevated, but you've traveled across, and it's probably been a bit more than 100 feet or so now. You've been traveling quite a bit. There is depression of sand within it. I keep saying that word, but it is as if something made impact on the ground, heavy. There is no blood or anything of the like, but it is clear that something shifted the ground here. It almost looks like there is just a outline of a making of a snow angel on the ground. You see that, looking about a bit more clear now, there are chunks of the sand path and dirt kind of torn up and marked across, as if there was some sort of a wrestling scuffle here.
Hey, thief. Do me a favor. Go get KELSION.
Hops from your hand. Quickly begins bunny hopping back and forth.
And I wait there.
Okay, it's going to take a little bit.
Yep.
Squirrels are quick, but
Not that quick.
yeah, it's a few hundred feet he has to go.
Yeah.
At this time, as you're as you're standing there, kind of waiting, you feel a bit hot all of a sudden. Just under the neck, you just begin feeling heat. You make a quick wisdom save for
17.
17. You begin walking and drop down to one knee. You look down to your hand and slowly begin to see your nails growing out, your fingers splitting the skin, and you breathe heavy and just try to get control of yourself with one. You open your eyes and the nails slowly start to recede once again.
Oh no.
KELSION, while you're in the encirclement, kind of pretty much feeling like you want to draw straws with everyone to not have to talk to some of these people within the group, you do hear a familiar turn, and you hear bits of squeaks and clicking noises from the familiar thief who's kind of just like sitting right by your boot.
What is a thief?
Kind of rubs its ear on one end and just looks up to you.
Oh.
Its tail
right
twitching.
Somewhere. Okay.
Then just turns and begins going.
Guess I call a thief.
You regain composure, although stumbled a few feet.
Is there a chance he is in danger?
Fingers crossed, no. I don't think we'd have heard some loud scream.
Okay.
Probably feminine.
You begin walking, and it takes you a bit of time, but being led and plus having eyeballs, you do see your friend pretty quickly as you... It is only like boulders and clumps of trees. It's nothing like a huge forest around you. So as you walk, you do see him up on the path and the trail that the carts and wagons were traveling, and you walk up to him. You see that he's kind of refitting his armor and just... he looks a bit shaken, but he seems alright.
What are you shaking off?
I almost lost control there.
This would not have been the time.
I think I know what might have done that.
Care to elaborate?
I might have blacked out. I'm not sure.
Not again. Okay. You're staying awake tonight, and I'll stay with you.
Yeah. I'll stay as far away as the campsite as I can.
No, right in the center.
Right in the center?
Right in the center.
Why now? All times. Why now?
Because it's always inconvenient.
That is true.
I think it ever chooses to be fair and kind.
Well then. Shall we head back?
Yeah. Let's head back.
Alright. Don't tell anyone though.
Not my secret to tell.
Alright.
Thinking back to last night, what did the moon look like? Or other weather conditions?
It was a pretty clear night. It was cloudy at first, but as the night began coming to a close and Lux was singing his song, for the most part the clouds broke away and it was a pretty close to a full moon.
Okay. That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Okay.
Okay. What is everyone else doing as that was happening? It's going to be a little bit until I get back to you, because that was like its own sequence.
Catching up to the group.
Okay.
Bringing
There is not real
back.
much catching up to do,
Right.
as they are in the encirclement, and all you had to do was like turn around and walk a few feet.
Yeah.
But you do kind of stand in betwixt them now as COIL and ANETH rejoin the two of you. And OLMAGTE is still just kind of standing there like a silent sentry looking about the people who give a wide berth to him.
So, as I am curiously watching Kel wander off with Thief guiding him, I will then turn towards you, who has just returned. Any answers from the mother and her child?
I was just about to ask you the same thing. I got nothing. I didn't get very far. All I know is that my assumptions were wrong, and I have no leads.
As for us, we are equally uncertain.
I'm almost positive that whatever it is came and went, and that's it. I don't assume that it would be here for very much longer at all. Picking off one that was already out and then leaving. You know.
Perhaps I may be mistaken, but didn't Lux say that there were previous attacks?
Yes, but those were by bandits and other coordinated groups. They were there for items, not for flesh. to say the least. My assumption is that it took to the skies and it won't come back. But then again, I don't know anybody here except for CAEDRIK and Beetle, but I don't think Beetle would do that. I kind of give him a glance. I'm like, would you?
You kind of look and you see that you're looking at the part where the fogged over eye can't even register anything, and the other horses that are like as far as they can, slowly trying to tilt their way away from him.
And the others, I don't expect such things from them. I do not know.
I'm almost kind of wishing that we could just leave this behind. Considering that we couldn't find anything, and what we did find is not adding up. We either wait for it to happen again, or we leave it be and continue travelling. Because if we stay in one spot, whatever it is that found us the first time is going to do it again. And it takes one absent-minded human, humanoid, or other kind to wander outside of this circle in the middle of the night. Could be COIL, could be Roller's child, could be somebody going out to relieve themselves and then they're gone. If we stay here, if we were targeted, they'll know where we are. I don't think it was someone in the group. That's all I'm saying.
Something that knows we are here now can easily follow us to wherever we go next.
Correct. But us staying here gives it more time to go back and tell the others. If we have one on our tail, it's easier than 5 or 6.
If there are others.
One thing you know about prides of lions is a lioness will go out and hunt. And then if she finds good spots, she'll bring all her friends. My worry is that that's going to happen to us. Those wagons provide good coverage for a little while. But, I don't know. For some reason, the mood has changed.
I know. I've been pressing the skip button 3 different times now, and nothing has happened. Thank
Lux,
you, phone.
get off the guitar, dude. It's not the right time.
My bad.
Bad time.
Sorry. Finally. Continuing on. As you all sit there, you do see Lux has kind of been sitting by the fire a few feet off. I would say, Care, you would notice that he is somewhat listening into this conversation.
Lux. As of yet, those of us who have been asking have no further leads. Should we be making plans in case it returns tonight?
Do we have any confirmation that it would return tonight?
We have none, but I imagine you know it is wise to be on the safe side.
Of course. I just don't want to burn you out by making you wait days and not getting any rest. Just for it to appear on the night that you try to.
Perhaps instead of having one person stay, watch, we have 3 or 4. Still take cycles, and have eyes on the horizon at any time. But maybe extra caution should be taken. People on top of wagons, people next to the horses. A little more sentry, more than just a night watch.
We just need to be patient.
Was that to her or to him? Got it.
The crystal one says we should be patient.
I can agree with that. You see that he kind of looks to Cadrid and Kath as in the midst of his meditation, and he goes, "Not many of us here are warriors. Drudd used to be pretty capable until his accident. Myself and Rala, however, can take care of ourselves. We will join in at least doing the perimeter around the caravan as you set whatever trap you wish to lay."
Perhaps live bait would be a good idea.
You want to sacrifice a work
No,
hand?
no,
good
no.
lord. Okay.
I'm speaking more something that we can catch, tie up, and then set somewhere.
That is-
Because obviously Derek couldn't fight off whatever it was that was attacking him,
Sure.
which means he was weak, which means we need something that can't fight back, or if it does, it's not going to be very good at it.
I do not know if we can sacrifice a horse.
No, not a horse. Definitely not Beetle. You touch Beetle and you're losing your hands.
We use
I'm
stone men.
You see Cedric, who's putting on his armor, goes, "And she wouldn't do it, just let you know."
I'm saying more like, let's take a small group in the daytime so that we can actually see what's going on. Go, I don't know, maybe catch a boar, catch a deer.
We could do that, or I can just have some of our meat be laid out.
It might not be dumb enough to fall for that, but we can try. It also, if it was sucking the blood, then dried meat would do it no favors.
I have an idea. Stay here. You see that he walks to his cart, and you hear some rustling around, and he comes out with what looks to be this small, dark stone with just this white cut within it, and he goes, "This is a bauble I picked up months ago. It works once per 40 to 50 minutes, around that, but it allows small illusions to be cast from it. We could, if this thing doesn't know to see through magic at least, make it look like live bait that I would be interested in."
Perhaps, but then again, as you bring up that it sucks the blood, it would smell it. Then again, the smell of all of ours inside of the circle would be enough.
Well,
Perhaps.
going off of the idea of laying meat out, if we put meat on the ground and put an illusion over it, that could be all is needed.
True.
But that's assuming this thing doesn't see through small illusions.
What say the group?
We have so little knowledge.
We can learn.
Exactly. We shall try, I think.
Very good. You see that he turns it over, and there's almost like this cross-like shape to it, except that the arms are broken downwards as he hands it to you.
The illusions this makes, do they move on their own?
They can do small movements. It is a stone of casting minor illusion. It can be cast every short rest. It does not need to be attuned either. So,
How long does the illusion last?
Let's go look up minor illusion, shall we? I want to say that one's actually not.
I believe it's a minute. I could be wrong.
Coil just slowly raises his hands.
yes.
If it doesn't move much, we can make it hurt.
Sleeping, perhaps.
Yes.
That's good.
I can watch it from one of the trees up there.
You see that he kind of
Absolutely not. I will have kindness do that for us. She is telepathic and stealthy.
Coil, are you okay? Coil?
No.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
You see that Lux kind of looks about. I will do my best to keep the people entertained tonight as you do your business. Make sure that they get to bed at a decent time, and once again, I'll have Rolla and myself walking about. I should probably get something prepared for myself. See that he begins walking towards his wagon. You see that he's a bit deep in thought, thinking about what he could use as offense capabilities.
Who was the one in charge of the cart with all the trinkets and other stuff like that?
Bits and Bobbles was Lux.
Was Lux? Okay.
Mm.
I'll give it a bit of time.
At the end of the session, I'll send you the exact description and stat for it. Liam?
Sure.
I'm gonna go up to Lux real quick.
You follow behind him. He kind of turns to you. Yes?
On the off chance that this is a person and not some sort of beast.
You see immediately his eyes kind of narrow and give you a strange look.
I'm not accusing anyone in the group, thinking vampire is some sort of sick dimensional wizard.
Okay.
Do you have any manacles that we could use, maybe not to kill the target, but to hold him down for further questioning?
I do not have manacles within my possession, I'm afraid. Sorry.
No worries. I just figured odds and ends, but your card made it as a chance.
Sure. I have rings that can do small tricks or things of the like, but I don't know about... Yes, I don't think I have manacles.
No worries. It was an offhand.
If you
They're
really
stronger
feel like you need something, I could perhaps dig something out of use, but for the most part, I need to make money, so there would have to be a sale, and top of that, it would only be to borrow.
No worries. It's just figure manacles would be stronger than rope.
Very well. I may have something for you.
Alright.
You see that he walks into his cart, and a few minutes pass, and he walks out, and you see what almost looks to be like a rubber belt, about 10 feet strip of it, dark black, and runes that are written all over it. And he goes, I have no idea what the name for it is, but I have found that when a command word is spoken, it sticks to whatever you tell it to. Perhaps you could wrap it around the being and stick it to itself.
That could be an idea. Interesting. I haven't seen anything like that before.
Neither have I. I was told it was soldiers from the Scarecrow Post used it, something of the like. You can use it for the night when I'm going to need it back.
No worries. It'll be yours by tomorrow.
He hands it over. It's yours to use.
Requires attunement or no?
No. It's just a command word. I'm honestly trying to remember what the name of it was off the top of my head. I may have to go
Black
dig.
Coil.
Black Coil. Thank you. Oh,
My
yeah.
favorite.
Right. Bite used 50 feet of that sucker.
Yeah.
That's Spider-Man.
It's fantastic.
So 10 feet of Black Coil. I once again will send you. All the sign language going on around this table right now. Okay. So, 10 feet of Black Coil. So there is no attunement required. There are several things you can do with it, as in using it to help climb. It's not as long as the one in Campaign 1, so you can't quite Spider-Man.
Yeah.
However, you could, on a restraint, you give a command word to make it lock down, so it would close around itself, and the target would need to make a DC strength check or be caught. They would be, I think it is, real quick, it is grappled, not restrained. So.
Is it like a slap bracelet?
Kind of, but it's not instantaneous. It is a...
That is an industrial slap bracelet.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy duty if your slap bracelet can keep someone from moving. Okay. He goes, once again, I do expect this back.
Yeah, no worries. It's yours.
Very good. And depending on how well you do, he kind of looks to Care, the stone can be yours.
Understood. I appreciate that.
No problem. So, anyone else doing anything?
I'm flipping rapidly through my player's handbook to see about the rules for activating magic items to see whether kindness can do it.
I believe familiar care. It's usually stated in the familiar's description and not...
So in the familiar's description, it can use
At this
the
point,
use and
you two would do that.
item action? Oh, hey, buddy.
Welcome to the table, Satyr. Go ahead and find yourself a seat. So, Cedric, as you have taken your time waking up and putting on each piece of armor, you woke up and first had a panic attack as Dung Beetle was not in the encampment that you were in. Freaking out, you and Aneth quickly found the horse. Throughout the day, you have done what you can to help the work hands of the caravan you've been following. In the 5-set semicircle it's in, you are on the edge of a coastline. 3 of the carts lining it, 2 of them making a back end. In the morning, as you were woken up, as you are much heavier sleeper than your survivor allies, it was discovered that a body was found in a clump of trees not far away. A murder has been taken place, and as to the culprit, you do not know whether it is man or beast. At this point, it is being discussed as to what you can do to perhaps set a trap for this thing. You do see that SAAKA, your half-orc, very powerful half-orc acquaintance, is standing with ANETH, COIL, and Care. Each one of them talking to a golden tiefling with many different piercings within his horns, long whitish gold hair, his eyes ruby red, and wearing a white shirt with dark brown pants and high black boots as he sits there. He goes, "Finally, good of you to join us."
I'm a heavy sleeper.
Very good. Now, do not get me wrong, I do not believe you're not capable with and if you don't mind, please give a description of Satyr.
Alright, so, walking up to you guys is he's a hill dwarf. He's a tall hill dwarf, so he's what, 4'9", 4'10"?
Yeah, about that.
So he's pretty tall for a hill dwarf. He's a pretty normal build. He's got a pretty long beard that goes down. It's got a ponytail in it. And you see on his side, he's got he has a blue tunic around his arm. And you see a hammer that resembles like an ancient Norse war hammer that has blue and yellow like crackles in it.
You do notice that the overthrow is a bit more like a half mantle than anything else. Very official looking, and incarved on the chest of the armor is, as a few of you recognize, the symbol of Yevon. As you step up, he goes, "What are your capabilities?" That was something I was truly meaning on asking, but slipped my mind in the heat of the moment and the excitement of the endeavor of hiring you lot. What are your skills? As Raleigh did point out, you're not professionals. He kind of looks to you. I can probably take an assumption. Are you waiting for me to guess, or are you just going to tell me so I don't look stupid?
I can spit poison.
right? Is that all you can do?
I have other tricks.
Interesting. I saw one of them. It's good to know that in a pinch I can count on you to at least look like someone else, but I wouldn't have you do the talking. Kind of looks to you and he goes, I really probably don't need to ask for you, Half-Orc. Sorry, SAAKA. Don't hurt me.
SAAKA just gives him a very long, hard stare.
Okay. Intimidating. I would ask what a child is doing amongst you. Once again. He kind of kneels down and he goes, what is it that you can do?
I cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on SAAKA, because she's right next to me.
Okay. What's the save, I believe? Wisdom?
It is...
You're a feisty child.
You turn and draw an incantation
Wisdom.
and speak it.
I'm gonna invoke the Chalice card to give her a 10 on her roll.
Okay, so that's a fail. So, SAAKA, if you don't mind giving us a laugh.
It starts out kind of like a confused chuckle, and then it's maniacal roar.
Amidst the group, several of them, already a bit shaken about the more recent murder, kind of turn slowly or don't even try to make eye contact with the somewhat more scary than what you'd assume to be funny laughter from the half-orc. As he goes, interesting, please make it stop.
I stop it immediately after.
What was that?
I can...
Oh, you may want to hide behind your friend for the next several hours.
He sort of takes a few steps back. Sorry.
From your attire, I would assume that you're quite sneaky.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Born of the forest, good in the forest. But, I'm a half-caster. So I can do magic, but it's not very good and sometimes turns out really, really bad. And, I also can headbutt things. She kind of taps her horns and they make a little bit of a hollow thunk.
You see that he is quite enthralled so far with your descriptions of what you can do, but there is a slight tinge of worry in your guys' capabilities. You see that he looks and he goes, Cleric.
I got two things. I can heal shit and I can hit shit.
I like your spunk. And I see that you yourself already have the right documents on you, it seems, for casting.
I kind of point to my sigil.
Well, not only that, but he points to the document kind of attached to your hip. Your rite of passage for casting as a cleric with a Nilkyle. That's impressive. He looks to you. I'm assuming just skilled swordsman.
And a bit more.
Alright.
Some very weird things.
I just feel like he's scary as he looks to the silent sentry of crystal that's been standing amongst the people. Some, like, when you don't move for long periods of time, slowly start moving towards you to see if you're a statue, and then when you slightly turn to them, they, like, turn and walk away immediately.
That's exactly how I want it to be.
And he kind of turns and he goes, and what are your capabilities?
I'm mainly healer and utility.
You're a cleric.
I know, crazy.
Hey, buddies! And he puts up a high five.
You know, for a group of strangers, you are sure getting along well.
I've never met this one in my life.
Well, it's either this or brave the wilderness alone.
I guess that's fair.
I mean, you put up with Dick for such a long time.
That is very fair. As he kind of looks around the caravan and he goes, quite the crazy lord. Let us honestly hope no bygone guard shows up, or we are probably all going to die.
Not if we beat them out.
I am now worried. You know they have guns, right?
And?
Good. Positive attitude. He turns to you and he goes, I can't do well with guns. How about you?
I would rather not get in that sort of trouble.
Me and you are on the same page.
Not entirely positive I know what that is.
What, pages or guns?
Guns. You
Could
see,
you read?
I'm kind of new here.
That's fair. As a quick note, you wouldn't know what they are, but you have seen them before,
Okay.
as you have passed by Bygone Guard to exit the city of Repton,
Right.
the town city. He goes, they are not fun, and should they hit you, could possibly kill you.
Okay, just like any other weapon.
Yes, but a bit more swiftly than normal combat.
Okay.
Alright, well, at least I know that you're capable. So, trap, it is then.
I believe that is our best option so far.
Very good. I will have Codred and Cathis get you some meat to use, and I will let you set up whatever trap you wish. I guess this is the part where I tell you to break a leg.
I'd rather not.
Yes, that would probably be bad.
Shall we go plan then?
Yes. Well, the sun is still up. Yes.
Okay. So what is the plan?
So I think the idea is we break off a little bit from the rest of the caravan and discuss on our own. I let Kindness slither out from under the long coat and kind of just sit at the periphery, slither around through the tall grass, make certain there aren't any people amongst the grass or the weeds listening on our conversation.
Okay. So as you break off a few feet away, looking about, you send Kindness out with a flick of the wrist. He slides out from your coat arm, and she begins looking about. You can make a perception check for her if you wish, as she's kind of your guys' sentry. The rest of you slowly walk out. It's not like it's hard to see that you guys have left, but no one immediately follows. But
18.
18? Kind of what I said, but a bit more on the end of actually the opposite. No one's really like coming to the edge to see the like peak. Most of the people are kind of giving your group a bit of space, even kind of sticking to the back end of the encampment more than anything else, besides Lux and Rala, whose carts are at that said edge, and they're just in their wagons. You can't really see them as they enter because of the red covering with the large amount of filigree and design and live paint, but it's just you guys as far as Kindness sees.
Okay. As far as I know, do I believe that my familiar can activate the magic trinket?
Did you figure anything out on that while looking through the player's handbook?
I didn't see anything for it. I know that familiars can take the use an object action, but I don't know how that would work in regards to a magic item.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Considering there's a bit of concentration that would go into it, and technically because when you're in... I would say you could do it if you're in your familiar.
Okay.
A magical item like that, it would be your concentration on it, and that would make sense to me that you could do it.
Sure.
But it by itself is just an animal trying to figure out a magical item. And, you know, a snake's intelligence is a snake's intelligence, so...
Fair enough.
As funny as it would be to see Kindness pick up and throw a rock on the ground several times for it to work, I don't think that's going to work by itself. But if you were to warg into it and then attempt it, that's something different.
And it is all the same normalcies of minor illusion?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no real difference. It's just once a casting per short rest. Short or long rest will reset.
Doesn't last that long enough.
Maybe a minute. I do not believe this trinket would prove a long-term bait. It lasts only a minute. However, that meat would be somewhat helpful, provided that it is a unintelligent creature. my plan. I will have kindness wait. I will have the meat set beside her. If something gets close, she will activate the magic item. If something gets close enough to attack the illusion, I will tell you all, and we will strike. Thoughts?
Saying that, perhaps the illusion isn't set up in time, or something goes wrong, or the meat begins to rot, or anything, literally anything that could go wrong. Do we have a plan B?
Protect the carts and the caravanners.
Do we have an easy way of contact? An easy way to wake anyone who might be sleeping without alerting the beast, as we should call it.
Yes. That's in your head.
We've got it. Okay. Well, in that case, I think that's a good idea. I feel like we should have more than a person and their familiar watching over it, though. Perhaps someone...
I would say we stay back within perhaps 50 feet or more from the bait.
Yes, I was thinking more like looking through the wheels of the wagons, you know. And if people fall asleep, we could just wake them with a little shake, keeping everybody close together. Nobody's sleeping outside of the circle, nobody's sleeping on the opposite side. I don't know about you, I don't think you do sleep, but if you did, it'd be nice for you to be close by.
I keep my telepathic link with Care, and I head to the back of the carts, and I will just continue to stay near the back end of the carts all night, and I don't say a word to anybody.
Lux kind of pokes his head out and sees that you're right outside his wagon and goes, all right.
I don't look at him.
Just pokes his head back in.
Do we know what that thing sleeps or not?
I don't sleep
kinda
either,
goes
and I'm not telling anybody.
Of course, you wouldn't know. You were the last one awake, first one asleep.
He scares the fuck out of me.
I think he just goes into, like, rest mode. His eyes don't close. I don't even think he blinks. Not to insult you, I don't understand what you are.
I already left.
That aside, do we have a solid plan?
Unless someone else has something different than what I said, or additions to it.
Any objections, altercations, anything that we should know from anybody else in the group?
Just let me know when I can hit it.
I believe we have an agreement then.
What do you use to speak to other people? Is that sending? Message? What?
You don't know.
I'm
You're
just
not there.
guessing.
You're not there.
Yeah. Because I'm wondering if I would be able to hear that through
No.
telepathic link.
Nope.
No.
Even if it's spoken to somebody else?
Nope.
Okay.
It would have to be directed to you.
Well, in that case, I think we've got everything covered.
Should we have someone specifically watching over the sleepers in case one of them moves?
Coil raises his hand once again.
Coil.
That might be actually a good idea.
Yeah, let's make the kids stay up all night.
Yeah.
Himself and OLMAGTE, perhaps.
That would be better. I would not like to leave a child
Agreed.
by themselves in this trying time to watch over a bunch of adults.
Coil's gonna Batman on top of one of the carts.
He should at least have a guardian with him if he is going to watch.
Agreed.
I mean, I just woke up, so I guess I can do it. If you want.
As the time has passed, it's probably a little past midday at this point, as the hours of investigating the body, several different investigations on top of that, the interviews, perhaps trying to figure out suspects and the several conversations in between Lux, the main group, and yourselves. Just as a note.
I think we should get to work on this trap while we have the time.
Agreed.
My only concern is that we're using our own provisions to set a trap for something we don't even know is completely here. / will be coming back tonight.
Worst case scenario, we can acquire more.
Yeah, that's true.
And honestly, it's better to have the trap and not need it than need the trap and not have it.
Yeah, that's true. So, perhaps... Well, here's the question, what are we going to use to trap it? Because we don't want to destroy this creature, correct?
And I lift up the magical rope that Lux gave me. This will help courtesy of Lux. It's his background.
That's a piece of leather.
It's a bit more than that.
Take your word for
You
it.
see the piece of dark, like rubbery leather with several runes carved into it, about 10 feet long, but rolled up, dense, as he kind of holds it there.
Well, as long as you believe in it, I guess I can too.
I believe in a lot. Some of those don't make sense.
May I make an Arcana check to see if I could probably try to at least get somewhat of an idea of what the nature of the thing he's holding is?
You may attempt to.
Cool.
You give me a roll, I'll give you an answer.
21.
21. You figure that through activation that the extending like tether would perhaps do something. There is no like clear cut case as to what it would immediately do, as it literally just looks like a length or a belt of just black.
Alright.
Do we plan to immobilize it? Or do we plan to get rid of it?
Immobilize.
Okay. We want to study it. We do not want to kill it, correct?
If we can study it, learn weaknesses, maybe we can prevent future attacks from similar beings.
Yes.
If we have to choose between a risk of it escaping or its demise, I would say kill it.
Yes, if it comes down to that, I don't assume that any of us would want to let it go, so... Let's get to work.
Alright.
So, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we will continue on from there.
Okay. 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 Okay.
So, wherever you wish. The large clumping that has the T for the trees is going to be 10 feet of movement instead of 5 for the sake of it. This is about 60 so feet away from the caravan already. So,
What direction is the caravan?
This way.
That way?
Caravan is facing. Okay.
And this is where we come from.
Okay.
And inside of the trees is 10 feet instead of 5 feet. These are all 5 feet.
Okay. So,
That's a really good fit, actually.
I
I'm
know.
by the. Oh no, I was putting myself over there because I'm by the caravans.
okay, yes.
Yeah, you, since you seem to be taking charge, just put him where you want him to be.
Oh, where? Oh, you're.
I'm basically just watching.
So we're
the
just like
caravans.
kind of standing there right
So,
now.
yeah, where it is marked as R, it's rocks, T's are trees. This one is marking where DATH'TAN was sleeping the night before with the bowed over tree. So,
Kelsion and I are 60 feet on the opposite side of the caravan.
The opposite side?
Okay.
Okay, that would put you about 50 feet off the cliff.
Well, on like away from the group.
Okay.
Are you hanging like with the horses?
More, like away from.
So
everyone.
instead
So
of
who's that?
southeast,
So
which is where this
just-
is, you're going northeast?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're shot
that
off
the
to the
base?
right of this map.
I think
We're
that's
pretty close. This is where Derek was.
So
You have to remember
here's
the
the
caravan
only thing
is
that we have to think about.
right up against it. So if
is
you're 60 feet the other end, you guys have
accessibility.
fallen and are swimming away.
So if we
Satyr
are
can-
here,
Soup's right on.
I was
ish,
thinking
probably a
Okay.
little more that
She has
way,
used
but we're gonna
She
use
already
this
used
here.
I was
in
thinking
the soup.
So
She used it in the soup.
let's go this way. We could probably put it somewhere a little more obvious so that we have a line of sight the moment Kindness was like, look.
Is it?
I feel like it's
Because
too
then
obvious,
we
otherwise
would then
we
we
don't
would
know if
get
it's
eyes
intelligent.
on it.
I'll
We would know what
It's
it looks
oil
like.
you place.
Sure.
Okay.
Like there?
Yeah.
Something to place on your
You
skin.
don't
Just
have to
not
get
the
tree
tree
line.
line.
Yeah.
Drinking holy garlic.
Yeah, okay.
Ooh. All I heard is holy garlic water.
What are we gonna make it
Well,
look like?
when you
Is the
use soup
question.
spray in the soup yesterday, last session, it's an oil that you apply to the skin.
Oh.
So it did nothing except make whatever that soup you made taste a bit garlicky.
That's okay. I mean, it's better than just meat and water. You
Sure.
know? I was under the impression that I could conjure a broth with it.
Which
thing that-
you somewhat did. But
With the thing
Yeah.
that's supposed to protect you against.
Did I protect all of us for a little while?
it would have gotten you no benefits. It's oil applied to the skin.
Dang.
Yeah.
I mean,
So it takes a minute to apply, but it lasts for an hour.
Okay, how long does it take to apply?
A minute.
A minute?
to
Okay.
apply lasts for an
Okay.
hour.
Well, I will let you know if I do.
Sure thing.
so at first, when we are administering this trap,
Which, by the way, you are given what looks to be like a large, probably about 24 rack of ribs, pretty
Okay.
much.
hey, who has a bow and arrow? Anybody? Anyone?
Coil pulls out his hand crossbow.
With Coil. Do you want to shoot anything that isn't big and scary, trying to get the meat?
Okay.
Can I make a
My
stealth
worry
check?
is bears.
We'll get to that. If you want to
You
make
know,
it now.
vultures, crows, owls, things
Okay.
that shouldn't be
So
attacking our
Confident
bait.
Cathis has brought it out. What you see, by the way, is a man almost split in two, like twins still connected together, splayed off slightly. An arm on each side, appropriately hanging off of their half-rib build, olive skin, both with steel gray eyes that are coming out with this rack of ribs each in one hand as they walk it out to you.
That's just in their hands?
Yeah, it's in their
Never
hands.
mind.
As they walk up, they kind of look to you, and one goes, "You are the cleric, correct?"
Yes, sir.
Very good. Who am I giving this to? The other one goes, "Please take it."
I'll take one. Yeah, Satyr will take one.
The left-hand side hands it to you. The right hand goes, "Anyone? Please?"
This is the
Confident Cathis.
referring to the meat, correct?
Yes, they're both holding a rack of ribs in each hand.
Okay, yeah, then I'll take the other half.
There you go. Wrong one. There you go.
Sleight of hand, try to snap a rib off and put it in my pocket.
Roll for it. I think the highest one here would be you.
That's a 4.
So everyone noticed that Satyr just snaps a piece off and just squeeze it in the hip of his arm.
And as you guys look at it,
Kadra just stares at you the entire time you do it and goes, "Hungry?
I just woke up.
That's
Very well.
you know.
I'm gonna fucking cook it.
In your pants.
No, later.
Very good." He just kind of turns to the other head that looks to him, and they both nod and slowly just turn and walk away.
Yeah,
Can I do a sleight of hand check to try stealing it?
From his... Okay, sure.
Fuck yeah.
What's your passive perception?
11.
It's whatever your perception is.
What is going on over here?
Nice. We're still figuring it
50?
out.
17, fuck you.
through your shame and somewhat embarrassment of that totally not stealthy thing, you do not notice the small alleviation that you feel within your hip as the meat has been taken from you.
With these, like over there by those tree rock, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So right over there is a large rock that is somewhat encumbering and surrounding this bowed out tree. The tree itself, interestingly enough, as it bows, looking as if that is the space that the rock separates around at the base of it.
So, by the way, when if Satyr turns around, he would notice Coil just standing there, just slowly taking little bites out of
raw ribs.
Out of the piece of rib, not
keep
caring
that.
that it's raw.
Sure, I'll keep that in mind.
You want me to cook that for you, buddy?
Your
Takes another
bathroom
bite.
time later will be interesting.
He's a cat. It's fine. It's fine.
A humanoid cat.
I kind of hold my hand. I say, "You want me to cook that for you, buddy?"
So I'm trying to mark here. Where is
He
it that you
takes
guys are
another
going to be
bite.
placing the meat?
That D4.
You're gonna get sick.
Oh,
Come on.
okay.
Let him deal with his consequences.
So, are you guys all trying to hide, or are you just standing in the open?
Roll, like,
Yeah. Funnily enough, nothing shows up then. You're all like standing over the piece of meat.
What's the...
Coil
like,
actually just
go
holds out
behind
the
rock.
piece of meat to Cedric. It actually doesn't taste very good.
Okay.
Told you I was gonna fucking cook it.
To those of you that are attempting to hide,
We should stay further back. I
not
think.
within view, I would ask you to make stealth checks here.
Am I making this stuff?
We should stay way further back.
Oh lordy, that.
So
Yeah.
near the caravan then?
Can I cast guidance on myself?
So those are rocks over there. That's the clump of trees right there where you found Derek. These are two larger, tall pine trees. Tall fir trees that are standing
caravan
tall.
is so
Okay,
far
that's
away.
Pine fir. I'm smart. This one? Scoot you back. So you all are going to be near the bowed tree and the large rock behind it.
yep.
I
If you
guidance
wish, you
myself
can
and-
stay further back, and I will.
Okay. Guidance is not concentration, I believe. So you can do that. Sweet. Oh,
Rolling
there's only
stealth.
one guidance per check. If that's one thing that you
I don't think
look
so.
into.
Is it?
Can I guidance myself and then her?
Yeah.
In order you could, but I don't know at the same time how many you can get. That's my thing.
You can.
That's what I'm
The
asking.
guidance is a concentration.
It is a concentration.
That's what it'd
You
be.
touch one willing creature once before the spell ends.
Yeah, you only have one concentration, so it's going to be one being.
Okay.
Where are you?
As of right now.
Sorry.
I am the
That's
tall
fine.
one over there.
I have a +0 to stealth.
How far away am
I have a
I
plus
from
5.
Care?
You're fine.
From care, because from here it's 60 feet, about 80.
So I'm gonna take a
It's gonna
moment.
be a long campaign.
Yes, it is level 2. So I'm going to go around here in a minute.
Earlier in the day, or at some point in the day, I would have want to take a little bit of time to recast Find Familiar.
That is perfectly fine. You're going to change the shape.
Yes.
Okay.
Owl.
Owl. Okay. As you begin casting, for a moment, as the body begins to shift and shiver, and the feathers start coming out, you hear "Not a cat," and then it just cuts out, and you just see a very large barn owl that's just standing there and re-shifts itself quite calmly. But for a second, you did hear a pissed-off scream at some point, which kind of almost broke your concentration while changing the shape, but you kept it.
What was that?
I would have done this way away from you fucks. But I need to
For
do-
those that would at least seen it from far off, it looks like he's almost taking salt and pouring it over the ground for 10 minutes while speaking an incantation in low tones.
Where's that salt coming from?
I think he keeps it in his pocket.
Maybe that's why he's so salty.
Satyr
Stab.
dies from laughter.
Oh yeah, I'll get you during combat. So that is perfectly fine. And he's resting up in one of these trees, I'm assuming?
30 feet away from the body within the trees.
Okay. So one of these two? Or in the clump?
In the clump.
Okay. So go ahead and make a perception check. And like I said, stealth checks for everyone if you're trying to remain hidden and not right out in the open.
Okay.
Can I do
Are
a
you
stealth
guidancing
check?
anyone, or do you not have guidance?
You're not there.
Yeah,
Fine.
We aren't there.
You're off to the right, however.
We're way off, away from the main.
Okay.
I feel like I'm closer.
Shooting off, it is not a whole lot different than what is being here. It's not the exact same pattern, of course, but it is still several boulders and small clumps of trees. Are you saying or doing anything yourselves to prepare? That's what I'm asking. Is, are you still going stealth, or are you just standing out in the open?
Sorry. I was leading.
You're fine. I'll go around with the stealth checks first and then get to you guys.
Yeah.
You don't have to make one. You're fine. You're in the caravan.
Not in, but
Well, you're amongst them.
yeah.
You're not like in a wagon, but it's...
I'm just
Have you
like as
rolled?
closest to this like straight shot from here.
Yeah,
I'll
it's,
find out.
It's a straight 80 feet dash is what you have to make.
Hey.
So, okay. Didn't you already roll a second ago?
Yeah, I was just testing it again.
Okay.
I got a 7.
Is that with disadvantage? He's heavy armor.
No,
I don't think you're going to roll lower than a 7. I was just asking.
Nope.
Okay.
yes.
17.
Okay.
9.
Okay.
Got a 4.
Level 2, y'all.
Before splitting off, I'm
A
attacked.
3. So all of you guys think you're hitting really well. Aneth, however, is the only one who realizes that if she tucks herself in between the tree and the parting of stone, she's like almost not there. You guys in between the cloak and the tree can't really see her. However, you look back and you see the orc is like holding herself up, her head over the stone. You see like the wizard like just warged out into his bird and he's standing 3 feet out of cover. You see that the cat is just balled up next to him. None of them, you don't think any of them know what stealth is. And the cleric is trying to, but you think that he is like trying to ball up behind the rock, which it's like the weirdest transformer you've ever seen with all the sorts of...
I would imagine I accidentally hit my back head like, fuck! My bad.
By the caravans, can I
I'm
sit
going
down
to
on the
die,
ground
and it's
and look
not
like I'm
going to
asleep?
be my fault.
Can I sit on the ground, look like I'm asleep?
You just sit there and don't move.
Yeah.
You've pulled this on people before, so they're not fooled and do not approach you. But you're sitting on the ground.
Yeah.
Easy enough to do.
Can I try to climb up into the tree proper?
Wait, I've never done that.
Make an athletics check. Sure. It's a 10-foot tall tree, a little bit more with the winding, twisting top. There's no... this is the one leafless tree. It won't be too difficult, but will require a little bit of muscle to it.
Would
Hey, you have a climbing speed.
Oh yeah, I do.
That would most definitely help.
20 feet.
Okay.
So, do I still make the check, or
I would say so, considering you are a child trying to climb a tree. But
can I do?
I would
can
do
I
it
do
with-
acrobatics?
I would do it. I'll allow you acrobatics to climb a tree with no leaves or branches is interesting. I'll give you athletics with advantage because you have a climbing speed.
Okay. I'll just use both. 16.
16. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. It takes you a tiny bit of time, as there are several knots that you are finding to climb up. And there are several moments where, like, there's an awkward footing moment where you see him trying to get up there. But he finally makes it near the top, where that small claw-like curl is to the tree. He's kind of sitting there. Very evident that he's there. It is, if anything can see in darkness, they would probably be able to see him. But you're up there.
Cool.
There is no branches or leaves to mask you. You're just in a winding, curled tree. Alright, you two. Captain Kelsion.
So, far away from the group. Because what's happened? I'm gonna have Death cross his arms kind of mini style and wind the black coil around him and activate it. So his arms are locked in like this.
Okay. As you tie him slowly, he very understandingly just does it and takes a deep breath. As it does, you kind of shift part of the armor and shirt, and you see a few letters of one of the names on his left shoulder there. And you two just kind of look at each other as he tucks it back up, and you close it around fully.
This is very romantic.
What is the command word that you have for it?
Yeah! Yeah!
I'm gonna have the command word be bind.
Okay.
As you speak it,
Bind him.
and each one of the runes glows in this deep green, and do you just allow yourself to fail
Satyr
it?
doesn't
You
like this.
just
Oh,
get
you
stuck
don't see
there,
this.
and it seems to stick.
But what's the safe word?
Okay.
I hate this group.
Can't wait till you guys to figure out a name, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and then I'm going to walk around to find one of the bigger boulders that is away from the group and just sit down.
So you walk a bit more off to the right, and there's one that's about probably 12 feet high, about 6 feet wide, that you usually sit down and lean against, and just look up at Kelsion, who kind of sits down in front of you, his spear already in hand, and slightly tilts it towards you just in case.
It's going to be a long night, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's hope we're wrong.
Okay.
If so, it'll be a short night.
Is anyone saying anything before we continue?
If you said that we're all standing next to a rock, correct?
Rock and a tree.
Okay.
You see that coil is up in the tree. The tree kind of makes a bowing motion, and then another one, but smaller and almost like a small curl or claw at the top.
I'm gonna cast Disguise Self and make my body appear to be the same texture and appearance as the stone itself.
Okay.
You got Medusa.
You figure that, once again, you don't really know how to chameleon, but you are at least the same color as the rock.
That's what I'm going for.
Kind of
Is
slap yourself against the rock. It echoes through the forest.
Meaty whack.
Anyone else doing it? You shouldn't be saying that. I'm all tied up.
Bro, that's where I leave.
Yep, I ship it.
Me too, whack.
This is where I jump off.
Just clip right there.
I know. I'm gonna go jump off.
Is that
Go right ahead.
Is anyone doing anything else?
And I'm keeping a very, very
I use my
sharp
mage hand to
eye
hold
on
my shield
Coil.
behind me as I'm laying down on the ground. Behind me.
Okay, so just hovering behind you as
Yeah.
you're sitting, right?
I'm probably.
So it looks like
breathing
it's
out
still
of
on my back,
nostrils
but it's
way
my
too
mage hand
heavily.
holding
Sure.
it.
Okay.
I said I'm Satyr's totally like breathing out of his nostrils way too heavily. He's
You're like-
making a lot of noise.
He said like 4 words and is somehow out of breath. It's amazing.
It's because he's curling up in a suit of armor.
That is true.
You're
There's like
like
several different of your
armadillo.
joints that are like poking into you. Very uncomfortable. But you think you're hidden.
It's a technique they taught him at the academy.
I mean, he's hidden. He's hidden looking
Our
this
office
way.
really taught you well.
How high up in the
Armadillo
tree would
style.
Coil be?
It's about 10, 12 feet high, so you're in the curl, so about 10 feet.
Dragged crouching armadillo.
Alright. So, as night comes, you take positions readying yourself for the possible fight to come. You look out and about as the sun slowly sets and clouds begin to multiply in the night sky, obscuring your view of the sky itself above, and sometimes casting an already dark night into a pitch black blanket at times. I would like a perception check for 3 of you.
Kindness.
Okay,
She
kindness
has
is taking 1.
She has
I'll take the other
advantage
one.
What are the-
on
what are
hearing
the
and
pluses?
seeing.
It's a perception check.
Like I know, but like, what's everyone's pluses?
Plus 4.
4.
I'm proficient.
I have 5.
3, but with
I
advantage.
have plus 2.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, how we're doing it is instead of like 2 making rolls or 1 with advantage, we're just going to do, at times like these, a max of 3 people can make the check.
Okay.
So once 3 is up, it's going to be kind of that.
Satyr, coil.
So, black being normal, orange being advantage.
Sure. Okay.
Well, no, but it is advantage on hearing and seeing. So if it is smell or something like that. 7, so 20.
Is this something I can guidance myself on?
Yeah, of course. It's an ability check. Alright, nice.
me or you? I'm far away, but I don't know if you guys want perception check right here.
Yeah, I would say you're a bit too far away to make a perception check.
Okay, so then
I'll do it.
Yes, 18. Well, okay, I did the math.
23. So, 20, and that was with the advantage.
With 6.
6.
I saw him.
I'm focused on spotting Coil in case he decides to plummet.
As you all sit and lie in wait, your breath low and shallow, you remain as quiet as you all can. You find yourself waiting for hours. Some of you find your adrenaline or discipline of dealing with discomfort or sleepiness pushing you through. Others of you, however, find your eyes drooping and catch yourself starting awake after some time of what you assume several seconds of you beginning to let sleep take you. As the night hours burn on, some of you feel like calling it quits, when suddenly, out of nowhere, almost untraceable in the darkness, you, meeting the exact DC needed, make out a figure. Feline in form, but looking much more intimidating. Taking the features of a jaguar, but much more larger and dramatized. Its fur copying that of the knight, having what looks to be 6 limbs through the length of its body. Its tail large at its base, but thinning out to whip-like tips, several of them, 2 or 3. You notice that where this beast's shoulders are, there are 2 lengthy growths sprouting from them, almost tentacle-like, but slim and still furred. They stretch to a pad-shaped end with varying lengths of bony spikes protruding from these pads. They look like curved teeth, each and every one of them. However, even from its intimidating form, it's not the only thing that off-puts you. It's the fact that it's not alone. Another one of these beasts stands only a few feet away from it, walking almost in tandem with its companion, looking about, slowly encircling the first, as they both make their way towards what seems to be the encirclement of wagons, slowly stalking one set of paws in front of the other. You see the ears slowly tuck back to the back of its head, and the top half bows downwards as it begins to drag itself against the ground, stalking towards what seems to be the smell of meat. As it begins to draw closer. What are you doing?
Oh, I was gonna say. So who's like right next to me?
I'm sandwiched in between the tree and the rock, so I'd probably hear you if you spoke.
I was just gonna get there, like very, very quietly, like get their attention, let them know that there's something to the north.
Oh,
yeah. That's to my north.
Yeah,
correct?
that would be SAAKA and I are closest.
Yeah.
Okay. So I kind of like tap your guys' shoulders, and I very quietly like whisper that there's something. Is that to my north?
It is, yeah.
Okay, yeah. That there's. I tell you guys to look north.
Okay.
It's funny because
I tap care
to be able to see over the rock.
and point.
I'm like climbing.
Yeah.
I ask
Satyr
you-
got his rock climbing.
Like every couple of minutes, you like take a jump and like just poke over the.
How tall is the rock?
It's about 9 feet.
Yeah. You're sitting on SAAKA's shoulders.
I have 2 questions. Second one may be invalid.
Okay.
First one is what time of night is it?
You're not keen mind?
Off of an estimation.
Okay.
Like midway
Off of
through night
estimation,
or something
you
like
assume that it's past midnight. Some point past, maybe a bit further on, maybe just past. You
And
can't really
doesn't-
tell.
And there doesn't seem to be any changes to death, correct?
Looking at DATH'TAN, he seems just to be kind of looking at you. You find yourself being the one out of the 2 of you that's keeping it hard to be awake, as he seems a bit worried more than anything else in his head.
Okay. I'm gonna release the black coil.
Okay. Which, at this point, as it begins stalking, you see one of them just begins going towards the stack of large, dark, uncooked ribs. The other one of its tentacles lashes out and almost stops it like an arm as it begins looking at the stone. I would like you all to roll initiative.
to
This
give you
is
the
where our
look.
team dies.
Darn.
It's all good.
Can you kick? Right next to your
Yeah,
right
mate, that's
foot.
what we see.
Is that what Coil sees?
Oh, there you go.
I think Abby would like that.
Alright,
if you wanna...
Thank you, kind sir.
I get you.
Don't say what your initiative is yet. Let me make the list here real quick.
Oh wait, never mind.
Probably 1 or 2 rounds till we get there.
Probably.
Oh, it's gonna
Please make sure your teacher's not still on that.
Oh, it's
We're only like
Okay.
60 feet max.
Oh, I really need to remember.
You guys said that you went up a bit of a ways. I'll say for the sake of it that you're about 70, 80 feet, something
So
like that.
about
Yeah,
round two.
round or 2.
So
Add 0 again.
Oh, I love
Add
him.
5K. Oh, baby. That's a lot less terrifying than his place your
20 to 15?
21.
I'm having it reset.
Okay.
16.
Okay, interesting.
He can't escape the over 20 even at level 2.
I know. I know. It's insane. 16, you said? Okay. 15 to 10?
15.
13.
You said 15?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's going to take you a while to get there.
Yep.
12, 13. Okay. So, I'm just putting down mag to make it easy.
What's the back cart that I was by?
It would have been Lux's.
Might be a good idea.
Where is Lux?
He's in the cart. Well, no, he left the cart a little bit ago. He went out
Maybe
near the
it was
backside. You
Lux.
saw him, along with Rala.
Could I have started to get up?
Well, at this point, it's like, to be honest, how far you are, make a perception check for me. Because this is just seeing if you can even see any sort of
that's what I
swift
was
movement of combat to
That's
know
what I
to
was
start
wondering.
getting up. Yeah. 10 to 5?
Oof. No, I wouldn't.
Oh,
I'm just gonna keep sitting there on the ground doing my thing.
Okay. No one, 10 to 5?
I made a little bit of a fuck you wucky and sort of forgot to roll. Mine was a 25.
Oh, jeez. Thanks, Dex.
He can't escape.
Kindness is a 9.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Kindness.
Kindness
You
will
have to roll
perish
for your
before
squirrel?
the night
No.
ends.
Kindness can fly.
Squirrel does not get
It's an owl.
True.
No.
Let's give him some like really like graphic.
No.
Player.
Squirrel.
Talk about giving his squirrel armor.
Okay, I feel like I'm missing. Did you two roll initiative?
I did. I didn't know if you wanted it yet.
I'm gonna want both of them.
Alright.
Just so I know.
I'll go ahead and roll.
Huh?
22.
Hey. Awesome. I'm gonna have to keep this in mind.
18,
Awesome.
19, 20, 21.
Did you roll the
22.
villain
Why
die?
am I
Gosh,
nervous and I'm
dang
throwing
it.
2 CR3s at you guys?
Nick. 22.
You beat me, Kyle.
What's your dex?
I think we have the same decks.
Okay.
Yeah, 20, so plus 5.
Flat 20.
It's the same as mine.
Okay, what's your modifier?
Imagine having decks.
Your score?
We have the same.
Mine
Yeah,
was
we have the same
exact
score.
same.
21.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, for the sake of it, Dath, probably being the bit more athletic of the two of you, is gonna be moving quick.
I'm not mean to front line, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah, well, it's kind of thinking of
Yeah.
what your backgrounds are with that.
Nerd.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's everyone here. Yes.
Yes.
And once we get you in here. Top of the round then. Coil.
Alright. I don't think I can really do a whole lot because I am nowhere near within range, but
Ready in action if you so desire.
Yeah, you can hold an action.
Things like want to fire a bolt or a spell when they get close.
Firebolt.
Yeah, that thing he does not
What's the
possess.
black D4?
That is our bait.
That was your bait.
Oh, okay.
They
Oh, we're far from it. Okay.
Fairy fire as a reaction. That would be helpful to you
are you suggesting hold an action?
if you want to.
Yeah. What are you doing here, Coil?
I'll hold an action. And
What
then,
are you gonna hold?
I'm going to hold it to cast Fairy Fire.
Okay, sweet. So you begin drawing the light pink rune into the air, speaking the incantation as you talk. Is that what you're going to do?
And then...
If you're holding an action, that's what you're holding. You can't you can't do your whole turn.
So I can't do like a bonus action or anything?
You can do a bonus action first and then hold your main action if that's what you wanted to do.
I don't think there's anything you can do with my bonus action, so...
So that's just going to be your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Kelsion, I'm assuming you're dashing.
I'm done running.
Okay, so as you sprint, I'll say for the sake of it, you can put yourself just on the edge of the map, just about here or there. One of the sides of that. It would be your full turn, though. It's movement. Yeah. Same thing.
Like this.
Alright, go ahead. Place yourself like here or no. Sorry?
I think it's metal.
Yeah. So next to him.
Yeah.
As you do, some of you see the two tiefling figures running. One of them looks a bit more headstrong. The other seems to be petering out after a full-bore sprint as they get in.
Do they know that these are here yet?
I'm assuming some noise was made, but that's actually a good point.
Because I don't want them to
Perception
just, like,
check on your end.
you know.
This is going to determine whether you guys could actually be sprinting in on this turn. Good point. Thank you for bringing it up.
Same thing as me. That's why I don't need to fail
Yep,
it.
exactly.
Oh.
Okay. So, please take yourselves off the map. He may be unbound, but you guys have no idea this is happening yet. No real loud noise has been made. Only thing that's been happening is an incantation is being spoken. Okay. Anna.
Yeah. Or just like walking.
Okay. Good God.
So I'll say for the sake of it on your turn, you're considering you're walking not full movement, it's about 15-20 feet. You've moved in that direction.
Yeah.
Hold on, 10 seconds. I don't think there's anything I can do in the moment. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. I don't think I could reach either of them with a dagger, could I? A thrown dagger.
I believe it's 20 and then 60.
Yeah.
You would have to break your stealth.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do that yet.
You can always move in bonus action hide. I believe you have cunning action as second level rogue. Yep.
Yeah. Then I am going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and I'm going to take my cutting action to hide.
Okay, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
23.
You feel pretty well hidden. As you break cover and begin sprinting, you see one of its eyes immediately attached to you. As you sprint, you duck into one of the trees and just jump in between the two. You see that as it looks, it begins scanning. It knows in what direction you are in, but does not seem to have a lock on you in this moment.
Okay, cool.
Okay, continuing on. Care.
I'm gonna stand as still as I can. Bonus action message to Kel. Two displacer beasts are approaching.
Are you pointing towards the caravan?
Towards Kel.
Okay,
Towards,
so
like,
just in his
the
direction.
forest.
See, that's what I was clarifying.
And then turning behind me towards the caravan to Lux, who can speak. Awaken. Two beasts, displacers are approaching us. Awake the others.
You catch it. As you saw, Lux got out of his cart and went to the back of the caravan. With how far that is, that may just break 100 feet. So
It's 120 for the
Oh, okay.
message. Pretty sure.
From where it is, in that case, yeah, I think you're correct. So, with that, you hear, will do. I may have something going on over here. Just give me a moment.
It's no good. Yeah, it's 120.
Okay, so yeah, you're within range.
No clue what displacer beasts are, but on my way.
Alright.
Now you two begin in a full move. Do you say anything to DATH'TAN or just take off running?
Take off running and say, keep up.
You think he's challenging you?
Alright.
Is that what you're doing, Kier, or are you using your movement? Come out of hiding, wizard.
Yeah, right? That's a good thing to do.
Fuck it, 30 feet away.
Okay.
Away!
That's 30.
Okay.
So yeah, you... Not very quickly. You're kind of like tripping over yourself.
As you start running away, Satyr goes, "Pussy!"
Okay. You can make another perception check if you want to. No real combat has started.
I noticed Lux get out of the cart, right?
Lux got out of the cart a while ago. That wasn't immediately. I'm saying.
I know,
as
but
the night went
did
on.
I notice that?
Yeah, you would have seen that.
I get up from the thing I was doing, and then I go around to the back of the cart.
Okay. So it's facing horizontally to help create that semicircle, well, the circle-like encampment that is made with the wagons. So as you stand up and you're at the entrance side of it, what would be the back end, you walk around to the front. No horses are hung there, and Lux isn't there. He went to the far back of the caravan. You just look, and looks to be the seat where the rider would be. Small leather harness where the horses should be hooked up. But if you want to, you can make another perception check and see if you spot anything.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll. CAEDRIK, you're up next. Okay.
13.
Looking about, you're a bit more focused on hunting down the leader of this caravan right now. Is that what you're doing?
Huh?
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I am just going to go back to where I was, but I'm not going to stay on the ground.
Okay.
Alrighty, let's get this party started.
Sure thing.
I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Sure.
I will main action dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And I just kind of pump my chest, pull up my hair, and I say, "Here, kitty, kitty."
Is that what you're doing?
That is my.
That's your movement. You hold an action.
I will hold a whack.
Okay. So you take out your hammer and just begin to cock back, batter up style, and begin waiting.
Yup.
You see that the other one that was like looking at the ribs shoots its eyes up to you, and you see that the tentacles begin to move a bit more sporadically and quickly.
You finna die.
SAAKA, it's your turn. These guys had piss poor initiative rolls.
So do I have to go around?
Could be me.
You could crawl over if you really wish to.
Can I
just sitting
crawl
there.
over?
Okay, so I would say that's about 10 feet of your movement to get up. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
And then moving back 5 more. And then
35. What's your movement speed?
it's just 30, so
Oh, okay, so there.
scoot me back one.
Okay.
And
Are you
then
going to
I
dash?
Up to you.
You have a bonus action and an action still. That's a Satyr.
That's a
I'll dash up to
One of the
There are more
three
Satyriks?
of them.
Are you going to rage?
yes.
Okay.
That's my bonus action.
So you,
Rage.
as you here, kitty, kitty, and hold up, you hear and digging in, kicking dirt up, her feet collecting dirt as she slides to a stop. You see veins bulging, muscles out, great swords already sunk into the ground. A large SAAKA with an owlbear cloak over her and the head of it on one side, as she looks down to you with a wild eye and looks back up to them.
Hey, I think I'm gonna like you.
You're a ballsy little dog, aren't you?
Okay.
The fuck you said?
Now it is Displacer Beast 1's turn.
Boy.
Hit me, bitch. It really did.
It's going to make 2 attacks.
Alright.
As it sprints up to you, you see that the tentacles almost in its speed get shot backwards, but as it runs up and hits its brakes, they shoot forward in both angles, try to smack into you. You yourself, getting ready, try to swing for the head as it comes up within melee range.
Oh yeah. I'll make. Can I
Actually, doesn't have to. Tentacles have 10-foot range.
Of course they do. That's not fair.
13 to hit.
Nope.
19 to hit.
No sir.
Okay.
What?
Cleric.
IC's 20.
As you see both swing up, you bring your shield to one
19.
end, and you smack, and you throw your hammer as your attack, and you smack the other tentacle away, and look as from your shield, these hooks, these bone-like claws, drag through your shield, tearing a good part of the top portion of it. As it, you look back.
Hey, I paid good money for
His
this.
fairy fire would proc at this point.
Yes, you would.
Oh no. Okay, so I'm still holding an attack.
What's the save?
Dexterity, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
You sure?
That is a 12 plus 3, 15.
Okay.
DC is 15 exact, so.
Okay, so it succeeds. It's meet or beat. So as you throw out this incantation, it begins almost making like after images of itself as it shoots out towards the displacer beast. And as it goes right to the head, it sees it coming, this light flashing pulse coming towards it. It almost leaps out of the way a few feet back, and it a bunch of dust and sand spreading out across the ground.
If you cast it again, I will make it fail.
Okay. Kindness' turn.
Kindness. 30 feet angle that way.
Let's
Help
see.
action for whoever attacks it next by, like, grabbing onto one of its tentacles, like, digging its talons into it, and then going straight up, flying, pulling it, breaking its claws down all the way before flying 30 feet up.
Okay. You see that it begins flying down, and it's just trying to grab one of its tentacles.
It's just doing the help action.
Okay, got it. It's trying to like grab at one of them, and one of the tentacles. It's making a mental effort to try and dodge and move it out of the way as it takes to the sky. All right. Is that kind of turn?
Yeah, it's movement and action.
Okay. Displacer Beast 2's turn.
Sing dance moves.
SAAKA, you can take an attack of opportunity because it would leave your melee range.
Can I make an attack?
It's
on
not leaving his attack.
But he had a reaction.
Yeah,
set
I
up.
held action.
Okay, if you wish to.
Okay.
40 feet of movement, he gets behind you.
Nat 20.
Okay,
That's literally the first nat 20 I've rolled with this dice.
sure thing.
Good way to start.
That's not. So do I?
Okay, so
double this
what's
to-
that on the dice? 2, double to 4, then you add your modifier.
Okay.
So 7.
So 7.
7 points of damage. Not bad.
I got it. 23.
To hit?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You roll with disadvantage. Displacement.
Yeah.
As it runs past, you almost see two versions of it. I'm so sorry, I should have prefaced it before. As it runs, you see as if two with one. It's illusionary self almost that runs right next to it, making you not know which one is which, almost lifelike. And in the darkness, too hard to swing. You can go reckless for a straight roll, however, so you can keep your first roll if you wish.
18 hit.
18? 18 still hits, so the 7 damage still stays.
It's not a crit.
Oh, not a
Do
crit.
you want me to
So,
just re-roll a D8?
well, it's just a 2 plus 3, so 5.
Okay, so 5
Time.
So normally you have disadvantage.
Okay.
Reckless gives you advantage.
Yeah.
Were you going reckless?
I was not going to go reckless.
Okay, so just roll with it again and take the lower of the 2.
That was 10. So 17.
Still would hit. Go ahead. So as it runs past, the both of you still managing to hit it, you think that you're going to nail it right on the head. Instead, you hit its shoulder where one of the tentacles are, and you just hear as it runs past. SAAKA, you swing your sword down in this mighty, just wide, bat-like swing, and you feel your sword catch something and drag across. You are raging, and
Yes.
this is technically the first time you hit it this round, so you get your extra d6 radiant.
3d6.
3d6 plus 9.
What the hell?
I'm
Barbarians.
sorry.
Apologizing for the bait.
You know, 6,
Rip shark bait.
10, 19.
Wow.
19 points of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
As it turns about, it's now going to make attacks on CAEDRIK at advantage.
That's fine.
Okay, so with that, that's a 23 to hit.
Yeah, it's
Natural 20.
so on the first one. My level 1 ability. Can it make a dex save?
Indeed it can.
DC 15.
That's a fail.
Okay.
10. So as it swings round, the tentacles striking into, at this point it would actually be claw attacks because of 5 feet. So it claws into you twice with both arms, just cutting into you, but with the first one as it cuts in, you see the second one coming for what looks to be your throat and chest area. You attempt to summon a bolt of small crackling energy to the ground from your hand. As you slam it to the ground, the creature tries to recoil. So
10 thunder damage.
10 points of thunder?
Yes.
Okay. For the first hit, that's not a crit. That was really good. That's 8 points of damage.
Okay.
And then the crit, just another 8. And so it failed, so it takes 10 points of thunder. Does it get pushed back, or?
Nope.
Okay.
I just
So
shot
you
it.
strike on the ground and it hits its paw and sits back. Okay. Sweet.
Can I do a free action to yell?
Yeah, it's a free action to say something.
Hey, a little help over here!
How far would people do that?
It's
I'm on the way.
Up to 60 feet is a voice can be heard. So you're a bit far off, but you do
Believe me,
hear.
you're the only one in this
Like,
group
it
that I have
may
spent
sound a
more
bit
than
silly,
a day
but
on.
you do hear what sounds to be like a muttering of sorts, like a incoherent yell.
Yeah.
It does catch your attention. Top of the round. Coil.
Alright. Now to figure out if they're within range.
They are super within range. Nate.
Okay. So I'm going to use my action to use Fairy Fire on this guy.
Okay.
Bonus action, Fairy
Well,
Fire
no,
this guy.
stop. It's a
What?
radius. You get them both in the same
Oh,
level.
okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do that.
I auto fail this one.
Can
that is
you
behind
correlate allies and enemies, or does Satyr?
It hits them
also have to
both. It hits allies and enemies.
make- Okay, so Satyr will have to make a dex save, and what's the range of it?
It's a 20-foot radius.
So SAAKA would have to.
Well, no,
make
it's a cube, so he can position it where it hits. Both
Okay.
of them.
It would hit Satyr, however.
Yes.
Does a 2 succeed?
So they have advantage on every strike against you, no matter what. Fairy Fire. So you made one of them insta-fail.
Yes.
That's fine. I'll roll for the second one. Yeah, I don't know why you bother rolling for the first. Fail. 12.
Nice.
Oh! Never mind. It's not important.
So as you shoot out 2 different fairy fires, is that just a bonus cantrip, or first level, I believe?
It's a first level. So now he has a bonus action to spend.
Okay.
Got it.
Then,
Yeah. So bonus action to do
I'm just
whatever.
thinking of how many spell slots he's got.
I would have been able to do that, but...
Got it. Alright, that's what I was double checking. As you shoot out another one of these things, this time being successful, you wait for it to overhang over the 3 of these members, and as CAEDRIK calls for help, a little bit of pink dust just falls on your shoulders and head along with these things as it just one of them just kind of looks around, the other one injured is not paying attention much. Its tail and tentacles just whipping about wildly.
Then I am going to...
It's a little bit unnerving, CAEDRIK, as you look in front of you and behind you, and there is both of the same beast, but looks to be almost 4 surrounding you as these illusionary selves seem to be moving to and fro. However, the one behind you at this moment doesn't seem to have that same sort of shifting body.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to use Vicious Mockery on this guy.
Okay. I believe there's a save to it.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet.
What do you say?
Probably should have thought about it beforehand. I'm just gonna call him ugly.
Okay. So that's a failure. So yeah, as you shout, you feel like this thing doesn't understand you, yet its feelings are still hurt.
So 4 plus
Plus
whatever
5.
your charisma is.
9.
Okay.
9 points of damage. I believe it's plus 5, correct?
Yeah, it's plus 5.
Okay. 9. And it was to this one?
This one.
This one. Understood. Okay.
Oh, that French horn.
Yeah.
Hurts to listen to.
So, as you say those words, you see that it like
I played French horn.
shakes its
Those
head a
ones?
little bit,
Impossible.
not knowing where the pain came from or why it's in mental pain, but it is.
Mouthpieces.
Congratulations.
Called someone ugly and it did 9 points of damage. Let's go.
9 points of ego damage.
Yeah. You could kill a civilian.
It also has disadvantage on the next attack it makes.
Okay.
So a straight roll because this one made
Kelsion
me glow.
DATH'TAN.
You had advantage on you anyway.
Yeah, we both.
So you, I would say, with the movement you had of 20, would make it there. I would say that it would have been a dash, but you have 20 extra feet upon placing yourself on the map. So go ahead. So I'll give you 20 feet as you run in. So where do you want yourself, DATH'TAN?
Just adjacent.
Okay. So you both begin sprinting in. You would have your bonus action if you two want to do anything.
You go first.
You two are completely tied, so yeah. I believe you can activate a weapon at this point.
I can. I am going to activate my Rite of the Storm on my Kopesh.
Okay. You see that as one of them, as the two tieflings begin running, one kind of bows low and grabs onto his Kopesh, and in one swift movement brings it out and cuts it across his forearm as he runs. As he does, the blood that is kind of being poured and drip across his blade slowly turns into a dark rumbling thunder, as what looks to be a crackle or two of lightning begins to shock around it. As he begins sprinting up, go ahead and roll damage, because you do.
No, it's just my level.
Got it. Understood. So, as he runs in, you have that. Are you doing anything, Kelsion?
Stop eating. That's
I
what.
won't be able to get a purple off as a fun session, right? Just make sure.
It is first and cantrip. Yeah, so you can.
Sanctuary.
Okay. You run in and see the two beasts, and you begin casting it on yourself until this same sort of almost extra layer of clothing, this almost cloak-like and mantle that falls over you. A deep, almost hot pink that kind of covers over you. And it dissipates. Okay. ANETH.
Yes.
You're a cleric, right?
So,
You're a
I
cleric,
have a
right?
question.
No, I'm a paladin.
Okay, I'm just gonna hit it then.
So, is their effect magical, the displacing, or is it...
You don't know. You're just kind of
Well,
looking at this
no,
thing.
not me asking. I'm
Got
asking character-wise, because I have magical
It is
resistance.
something. It is something natural to the creature.
Okay, so I would not see through that. Well, I'm gonna take a leap of faith, and I'm gonna... ram that one.
What does it say specifically on it?
Oh, it's a 5 foot. So I'm gonna sprint up, and then use it.
I'm talking about the see-through magic.
Oh, gain advantage on saving throws from spells or magical effects.
Oh, no, it's nothing like that.
Okay.
Nothing is making you make a saving throw.
Alright. Well, I'm still gonna ram it.
Sure thing. You were in stealth, so technically this would be a sneak attack if you pull it off.
Okay.
You sprint out there, running. You're not quite flanking with an ally, but you were in stealth when it happened. What was the attack roll?
That'd be 7.
You would have advantage from stealth.
Oh, okay. Cool. I'm gonna roll.
So
it.
just roll again.
Oh, nat 20.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
No, you guys are starting out strong with your rolls.
Good. Which
Okay.
bodes badly for the future.
Right?
Yeah, it'll peter out. Hopefully. 3 double to 6.
No, I see it
6.
now, so it
Plus
won't.
your
It's like
sneak attack.
reverse jinx.
So actually, just 3, and then roll your sneak attack damage. 5,
So 5.
8, double
Okay.
to 16,
Okay.
plus your dex modifier.
Alright. Plus 5.
21.
Nice!
Yeah.
And that was my bonus action. Can I still take an action to attack?
Of course you can.
And this is going to be with disadvantage because he's displacing, right? Or am I close enough
Well,
to see
that
through
one in specific, as you look, did not have its illusion over it,
Okay.
as it was struck by
Cool.
SAAKA and CAEDRIK as it ran past.
That's a 4 plus 7, that'd be 13?
Misses.
Nope, not 13, definitely not.
As you run, you
11.
swing at it. At first, it's a little bit interesting as you turn CAEDRIK and you look and you see this one preparing for another attack as it tries to slowly back up, get its tentacles ready for another strike. And then all of a sudden, wham! Right into its temple, you see it look back as this small satyr has just slammed its head into it. Much smaller in comparison to its much larger build.
Immediately after I headbutted, I give you a thumbs up.
Hey, good
and
job,
then
Seed
I
Leader.
prepare for an attack.
Okay. So, is that your turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I believe you still have a bonus action. Oh no, you used your bonus action to ram. Okay, Care.
Mind Sliver, closest one. Intelligence saving throw.
That is not their strong suit.
They're animals, I wouldn't expect so.
7.
Cool.
6 points of damage, I'm assuming.
Yes. No, 5 points of damage, sorry.
Oh, your intelligence is only plus 4.
Yes.
Right.
Nerd.
Okay.
And now that that's occurred, I am going
You
to...
begin drawing a quick incantation in the air, only wanting to burn a cantrip. And as you finish the encircling runes that begin to layer and layer, you press the main one right in the center, and it shoots out almost as this small spear-shaped tip and drives into the body of it. It seems to almost recoil, its tentacles covering its head and ears as it tries to recover.
And as it's recoiling, I take one of the rocks from nearby and catapult it at this displacer beast.
Okay.
It takes a 1d4 against its saving throw.
Okay. So far it's a 21 on the save.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, it's a 19.
So it saves. Alright. That was my turn. I'm going to move to where I'm 60 feet away from it.
Okay, so you move another 30 feet back.
However far I need to be 60 feet away.
Okay, so yeah, if you're moving this way, be off map.
Okay.
But you run another 30 feet, you are technically at this point 30 feet away from the encampment.
Okay. I'm backing up towards it, firing spells at the displacer beast while moving towards the encampment.
You're saying small abyssal curse words under your breath as you're just quickly pulling out these small like incantations into the air and just firing them off, hoping for the best. Okay. Mac, it's your turn.
How far away is Lux?
Lux, at this point, you can't actually see as you turn and you see the 3 back caravans along the cliffside. The caravans, the wagons along the cliffside. Each wagon is about 15 feet from the cliff itself, but centered in 3 different points. You saw that probably like an hour or so ago. He exited his cart and has been doing laps around the entire encampment, along with Rala, who stepped out.
I'm just going to try and make a link with him, and I'm going to say, is there anything going on?
Are you just pointing and hoping in a direction?
Yeah, I'm just kind of...
Where are you pointing to?
I don't know.
Okay.
Just somewhere.
So you just shoot one up.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello? Who am I speaking to? I'm just trying to sleep.
I don't respond.
Hello? Okay. Satyr.
Alright, I'm gonna hit it again. At disadvantage, right?
Which one are you hitting?
The one behind me.
It will be
Never
normal.
mind. Can I use the snake
Both have
to
taken
get
hits.
advantage? Your snake's help action, did you already
So,
do that?
It would be on the one that would next attack it. And I believe... Who was the next to attack it after the help action?
I think I did.
So the one that I used help action on was this one.
I don't care. I'm just going to hit it.
Yeah.
18 to hit.
18. Is this the one behind you?
Yes.
That is.
Okay. 5 damage.
5 points of
And then
damage.
for bonus action, I need them both to make con saves.
What are you casting?
Thunder Wave.
Alright.
Can I roll a perception check
what's
again?
the range of it?
15-foot
As
cube.
your main action, you could, yeah?
It's a 15-foot cube originating from me, so I kind of just take my hammer and slam it into the ground.
Sure thing. Dex saves for the both of them?
Con saves.
Con saves. Okay, so
I
it's
got
actually
20.
higher.
Of course. Yeah, I don't care.
20. I rolled 16
Okay.
and a half.
At this point, you see Care beginning to back up, and he's just drawing incantations into the air and
And
frantically...
I'm going to use my channel divinity.
What's going on?
Okay, so one was a 12, the other was 17.
17 succeeds. The 12 fails. So I use channel divinity. The one who failed takes 21
Guard the
lightning
others.
damage.
The one who fails takes 10,
So
because
save.
with avoidance, he still takes half from saving throws that do damage.
Okay, and then the succeeding one will take half
damage.
will take
Due
no
to
damage.
avoidance.
But it makes a noise that you can hear from 300 feet away that sounds like a boom of lightning.
Okay.
So you
We
can
wake
hear it.
the
You have
entire
ears?
island.
I can hear.
Okay.
No, I don't have ears. But I can hear. I'm
and-
going to be running this way now.
Okay. As you hear, what happens right in the midst is as you see Satrix being surrounded, he lifts his hammer into the air, and you see that the bluish-yellow energy within the hammer begins to crackle and spark ever so slightly, and he slams it right into the ground on both ends of him, trying to target just behind and right in front of him. A blast of thunder shoots out. Both creatures seem to see it coming, however, and jump back, one taking part of the blast, the tentacle whipping its own face. The other, seeing it, however, almost bows low as the shockwave just overhooks its head as it stands back up, its tentacles unfurling from its slowly moving body as it's just always seeming tense and ready. Okay, SAAKA.
Wait.
It's your turn.
Okay. So which one?
This
I'm
one
not
is seemingly
having
looking
any.
pretty untouched. This one, however, looks like it's been taking some hits.
Okay. Those two are on that
Yes.
one, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. I will come.
You could hook around to that side and get advantage.
Yeah. If can I? Yeah.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You run around, your great sword kind of hooked over your shoulder as you run until you turn on one end and just begin overarching, swinging down at it.
So I get advantage.
Advantage because you are flanking. You are the most peaceful barbarian.
That's a 2.
With advantage?
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
a
what you want.
17.
Plus.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
7.
Plus numbers.
Alright, another 3d6 plus 9.
You can have it. Whenever I want to.
You may.
Thank
You want more d6s?
I was like, I don't know how to write this one. I'll
He was like, I won't be using these dice for a while.
3, 4, 6. That was not great. But it is 6 plus 9. 15.
15 points of damage. Not bad. That's on the already damaged one. Alright. As you run up, you swing down in one overarching, just huge blow. And as it looks to you, it tries to dodge out of the way, but you catch its tentacle and cut it clean in half as and it just flips about on the floor like a fish out of water. You move your feet out of the way so it doesn't accidentally jab into them. It's looking pretty hurt.
You guys a souvenir later.
Okay.
Are you gonna come out of this campaign like dressed head to toe in killed things?
Literally
Exactly.
kosher.
Yeah. Okay, so Displacer Beast 1's turn.
Needed a nice scarf, guys.
It already has the 5 feet range on you. Well, it has a range of 10 feet, but it's 5 feet away from it.
They like drift.
Yeah, it pretty much slides its way over. As it begins moving quickly on its side, it hooks around SAAKA with advantage. 18 to hit.
That hits.
And 22 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, so both of these are halved. I'll just give it to full and halve it for you. So 2d6. 8 reduced to 4 the first time.
Okay.
And that's better. 10 reduced to 5. As both of these tentacles cut into your sides and drag back, you have these large, deep gashes on you now as they're dragged out. It's not happy that its friend's getting so bullied right now.
Bully.
Yeah. Kindness.
Kindness. 30 feet at an angle, help action, him,
Okay.
fly 30 feet back up.
Okay. So, kind of pecking at its head as it's just sitting there, looking about, trying to, now with its one tentacle, slap at the bird as it goes. It will take its reaction to...
Fly by.
Okay.
Would you be able to hear my voice if I were to yell?
I'm not that far away.
Yeah, from you. Normally it's 60 feet that a
Plus
voice
30.
can be heard. Yeah, you may be just a bit out of range, but you can attempt to.
Do you want us to kill them?
I would say that you hear "do you" and "them."
I don't know what even to make of that particular sentence. Yeah, I wouldn't have enough context clues to figure that out. I'm sorry.
Amidst the casting and the shouts, and now the thunderous noise happening in this round, it's a little bit hard to make out everything.
You might have noticed though the fact that I was throwing rocks to kill them.
Right.
And running away.
And
Then I'm
Scratchy is
just
the
going
better part
to
of
make
Valor, not
the
a squishy
assumption that
fly.
you want them dead.
Okay, so it's Displacer Beast 2 round. It will, as its form
That's what I was thinking.
appears back, turn, and begin running.
No, you don't.
It's got some movement.
It's going to use its action to dash 80 feet, and it's going to be right on top of you, Care.
cool.
As it, you see that as it was taking many different brain pains, it is beginning to sprout around and is more or less. It's not directly coming at you as more as you think it's heading just straight for the caravan. However, people do get attacks of opportunity
Yes, sir.
at disadvantage.
Can I
As
use the
its
help
form
action
comes
for the
back.
snake?
You may. It was an owl at that time.
Same here.
Owl, whatever.
It's only one that can really.
Do you want it?
Take the help
Do you
action
want,
as far
do
as
you
I
want
know.
the help action? Yeah, go ahead. And she's got a reckless. Never mind then.
So just straight roll. And are you going reckless for an attack of opportunity?
Oh, 18.
Yes.
So straight roll.
Can I make an attack of opportunity as well?
Yes, you can. It would be at disadvantage for you.
Okay.
18.
Easy hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
4 damage.
Okay.
15.
15 to hit with disadvantage.
Yes.
That still hits.
Okay, perfect.
You said reckless, but yeah, straight
Yeah, that
roll.
doesn't
So that's a
hit.
miss.
7 points of damage.
7 points. Okay. So, it is barely, as it begins sprinting away, actually getting away. As SAAKA seems to be coming down for a final killing blow, it sinks into the ground as she strikes at this illusionary version of it, and it begins sprinting away.
You got this, snake dude!
What? I better.
Coil.
Cheer.
Does the cat? Does your character say "Oh dear"? That'd be so precious.
Alright. Would I have been able to hit that guy as he's passing by as well? Or no?
You would not have been in melee range.
Fair point. I forgot.
Yeah, you were up a tree.
I forgot that it was... I'm done. So I'm going to do... my last spell slot to cast... Tasha's Hideous Laughter on thing. Wait, no,
that's
just...
going to be interesting. Does it work on a creature of...
Never mind, it wouldn't be within
low
range.
Okay. Oh, that one, no, it wouldn't be in range. I'm asking a quick question. Is there an intelligence requirement it has to have for this to work?
Stand by.
If it's 4 or
4 or less doesn't work. So that won't work
Okay.
anyway.
But I'm not within range anyways, so I...
Not for this one?
No, I'm 10
Okay.
feet up and it's a range of only 30 feet.
Got it. Understood.
It's about like
It would have worked because it has an intelligence of 6.
So unless I were to... Yeah, unless I were to climb down, there's just nothing I can do.
You can Vicious Mockery or shoot it.
Oh, I can do that. I'll just shoot it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
Shoot.
Well, you don't have to arc like that. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Okay.
What's the range of the crossbow?
30/160.
Okay, so you would have disadvantage. Are you going to roll with disadvantage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vicious Mockery has longer range. You can hit it from there with Vicious Mockery. Vicious Mockery 60.
I'm just gonna crossbow because I'm pretty sure it does more damage.
Okay.
KELSION, DATH'TAN, you're up next.
Yep.
What's it to hit?
6 plus 7. That would be 13.
13 misses.
Then I'm gonna try shooting it again.
Can you shoot as a bonus action, Nate?
I don't believe you can shoot as a bonus action as a bard.
Yeah, you'd have to Vicious Mockery for your bonus.
Okay, I'll just do that then. Never mind.
Okay. What's the save?
It would have been Wisdom, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, only 11. So fail. As you shoot a bolt, it just seems to almost hit it directly, and then passes through the fake one as the real one is right next to it, stalking. You then, and what do you say to it? What are you saying, Coil?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to think. I can't come up with good insults on the spot. As I... Crap, I actually have no idea.
Just call it ugly.
That show.
Call it a meanie. You're a child.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you
Think as
start
a
spouting
child.
out
Come on.
several childish insults towards it, go ahead and roll a d4
You're
as your charisma. For some reason, once again, you seem to have hurt its feelings. What's the damage?
9 again.
9. Okay. It begins slowly. This one, that's actually number 1. So,
His head explodes.
okay. This one is a bit more of the fresh one that hasn't really been touched or hit by anyone. So as you speak at it, it slowly stalks back, but doesn't seem to be wavering in any way. Okay. DATH'TAN, KELSION.
You're up first.
He is moving.
30.
dash.
As you run, you begin sprinting, going past a large boulder as you move. Your sword at the ready as you move up.
I'll stay out of its range.
Sure thing. You notice that the tentacles seem longer as you run up, and you're like, perhaps not. And you hit the brakes just at the last second as you draw your dagger with it and now hold both. Kelsion?
Okay.
Are you moving 30 feet?
Yep. That's right there. Satyr.
Thank you.
Okay. So you begin speaking an incantation, and as you finish the words, there's a small pulse that comes from you, and what looks to be, at first, a small ball of light with wings flies towards you. This dull pink color, and it touches you and begins to tear over your wounds as a small light pulses over you. This small shade of pink that comes over.
Let's go.
I rolled the max.
Thank you. I was gonna say, I was like, yeah, it's gotta be the max.
Okay, is that your turn?
I'm going to... Yeah. I'm just gonna pick up a small rock and cast the light's cantrip on it.
Light cantrip? Okay. So as you pick it up, suddenly this ball of light comes from your hand as it shines out, I believe 30 feet? More?
It is 30 feet, I
Okay.
do believe.
So
Sorry,
shining out
10 feet.
just to...
20 feet, sorry.
20, okay.
Sorry, I'm...
No
So
problem.
many numbers.
No
All the
problem.
numbers.
So casting a light just a little bit past you, you see this dull purplish pink that seems to be burning in his hands as he looks about, casting just a small shadow on the ground in front of you.
20 for bright, an additional 20 for dim.
Okay. Sweet. Aneth.
Alright. Moving with my bonus action.
Okay.
Going to ram this one.
Carrie, you're up next.
hopefully. This is with disadvantage, right?
Yes, because that one has not been struck.
Oh, shoot. Plus my dex mod, right? For the roll?
It's plus your dex and proficiency, so plus 7 to your head.
Alright.
It should be in your weapons.
Yeah, that's going to be a 10.
10 misses.
Okay.
You run up and try to... Is it a ram?
Yes.
Yeah. You try to jump forward and ram it, but one of the tentacles, the back end of it, smacks onto your horns and places you back on the ground.
Okay. And then with my main action, I'm going to use my short sword. That is a 10 again.
10 misses. You just try to start swinging as it's almost toying with you. These tentacles are trying to whip out, and it seems to be the 4 of them as the illusionary one is there, and still in the darkness, not being able to tell which one's lit which. You just start swinging at the tentacles themselves as they start moving at you. Okay, Care.
Alright,
It is within melee range.
It's within melee range.
Yes, it has a movement of 80 on a dash, so it caught up to you right quick.
OLMAGTE! Get this fucking thing off me!
You got it! It's all you!
How bad is it looking?
Very hurt. It looks to
I
be
shouldn't
in
be
both
too
a
far,
pissed
right?
off, like rage and panic at the same time. You will not be too far. If you were to use your full movement, you could catch up to this.
Alright.
But that's on your turn.
I...
Go fetal. Play dead. Joking. What are you doing, buddy?
Deception check.
Deception check. I'm dead. Mind spike. As I'm like doing like backpedaling towards the caravan, flick a mind spike at it.
Nope. Backpedaling?
Well, not moving away from it,
Oh,
but
okay.
as in regards to the motion that we're both doing.
Got it.
What did it do?
It did a 1.
Oh, all right.
2 minus 1.
That's a 8 psychic damage.
8 psychic damage.
How bad is it looking?
Even more hurt.
Is
as
it
slowly like stalks and then stands back up and slowly starts moving towards you. You see that its illusionary form is back, however.
All right.
Actually, no, it's not because it got hit. So
I am. Fuck it. Is it? Oh, I don't know how damaged it is. I'm gonna do it again. Another psychic spike.
okay,
Mind spike. Yes.
7.
Perfect. With a -4. So another 8 psychic.
Okay. It's holding on by a thread.
Safe.
Bonus action, flick it in the nose.
I have no such thing.
Like barely even standing on all of its 6 legs as it's staring at you.
I should have done.
Now paying very much attention.
Should have done something else. OLMAGTE, please. I guess as a free action, I dispel the stone imagery upon myself, and that's all I can do.
Okay. OLMAGTE, it's your turn.
Okay, how far exactly?
It would be an exact 30 feet away from you.
Okay.
Actually, because you're on the other end, 35. Because you went to the other side of the caravan. It's not just a straight shot. You have to hook back around and then...
Yeah, I know. Alright, so... I'm just going to be sprinting towards it. I was going straight, but I'm going a little bit towards him now.
Sure. As you begin running, you turn quick as soon as you exit from the line of the 2 wagons and just begin sprinting.
As I am sprinting, I have my mage hand that was holding my shield, put the shield back on my back, and I use it to grab my javelin and have it next to me.
Okay.
And then once I get close enough, will I be close enough? I could just throw it.
At your max movement, you'd be 5 feet away.
Okay, so...
Well, 10 feet technically, because 35 feet to get there, so you're 5 feet short.
Yeah, so once I'm close enough, I'm going to use my mage hand to hand me the javelin, and I'm going to throw the javelin.
Okay, go ahead and make just a straight roll.
Oh, wow. 8.
Ducks low, and you just see a spear laying next to you, a javelin.
Alright.
You probably ducked on accident, stumbling all over the place.
Okay.
I mean, I can't really do anything, so...
Okay. That's your turn.
I'm dead.
You see him just die inside a little bit. You can just tell from his expressionless face, he's dying inside.
Well, more than that, because it's this plus 80. So.
Now put 80?
I shouldn't have thrown your dice.
Never mind.
Well, no, not that, because he only moved you up to 60, so...
That at least would have been 17 with my dice.
So this plus 60, my bad.
I'm ready. It's that plus 60.
55, and you move 60 feet back, so 55 plus 60.
110?
110 feet back.
You're dead,
so,
bud.
Yeah, you were at one end of the caravan, and you were running up, and you had just hit the caravan line by that time that thing came upon you.
Get within range.
My range is 60 feet.
Dude, I've been having bad rolls all day.
My sprint, I have a speed of 25.
Possibly
Oh,
worst
yeah.
case scenario. You began walking back, turn around,
Can I
ran
use-
back,
Hold on.
threw
I
a
don't
javelin,
think I'm
and you're
strong
just,
enough,
thank God.
actually. Just kidding.
I take every single thing I can possibly do to not be in the fight, and the fight comes to me.
Eat me.
First is the fight, and we're fine.
Yeah.
This is what you get for running so far away from us.
Punching and kicking.
I moved towards the caravan where Tanky Dude and Cleric is. Other Cleric.
Bounty
Yeah,
hunter,
where'd
bad
that get you?
dice.
What do you think of that?
Help me out with this other displacer beast then.
That's what I'm gonna do.
We have 2 clerics on our team, it's fine.
Am I going to attack this at disadvantage?
Care
you?
can die for a little
Can
bit.
I attack it?
You can, but it would be at disadvantage unless you get to a flank.
Doesn't it have
5, 10,
Sorry,
15, 20, 25.
It does, so yeah, advantage nonetheless.
Advantage nonetheless?
Yeah.
Inflict wounds.
Okay, just
That's going to be a 25. Let's see if I crit. Whatever.
it would be straight roll.
Okay, so a 25.
Yeah, 25. Because fairy fire, yes, but it does have its illusionary
So
self right
let's
now.
do,
No longer, however.
I hate this dice.
Go ahead and roll that again.
Ooh. 4, 14, plus 5, 19 necrotic.
19 necrotic to this one. Nice.
And then I'm gonna whack it.
Okay. As you run up, you across the face of this pink, almost powdered and dusted being. You slap it and you feel the necrotic energies course into it. Although there's not much of a difference that it looks like. You see it recoil and screech in pain as it almost hops up like 3 feet in the air, lands again, and looks to you. Its illusionary self is gone.
I missed my whack.
Okay. With the displacement gone, there is no more straight roll. It is at advantage. So you get to roll again.
18.
Taking hits.
5 damage.
Alright. Nice. From CAEDRIK turn, SAAKA.
Okay. So how far exactly is
115 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
from where you are on the map, it's
but
60 feet
Sacred
there.
Flames range.
You just made it to the line. Caravan, turn, and this thing is on you.
Yep. I yell to OLMAGTE for help. And then a javelin flies over
A
my
javelin
shoulder.
flies over your shoulder, and you swear "There goes my hero" starts playing in your mind, but it just whiffs. No.
So if I could get
It's like fades out.
far as
I saw the
I
fighters there.
could, like
Yeah.
30 feet up, but could I throw a javelin and invite
You have a
it?
javelin?
You okay?
I have a javelin.
Okay, so you move 40 feet. What's the range of the javelin? You move 30 feet. What's the range of the javelin?
30 to 120.
So you would be in range, but it would be at disadvantage.
Okay, I'm.
And then it would be normal.
Could you go right?
Oh, wait!
If you go reckless, it would be a straight shot.
Yeah,
It would
but
be
can
fairy
I?
fire. With no illusion.
What?
Yeah, this gets weird.
So, because I would go reckless,
It would be.
Reckless would give you advantage.
but then
Let's just make it simple.
It would be
Choose
advantage. So it would be at advantage because it does not have a illusionary self.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
disadvantage turns into straight roll. Then with reckless turns into advantage.
okay, I'm gonna try for you, man.
Can I have a free action real quick?
You
Just-
get one
just-
once
just
per
to
round.
say
So yeah,
something.
it's as a quick.
Wait,
sentence.
wouldn't I
I
have
kinda-
advantage too?
I kind of whistle. I go, "Hey, beetle!" I say it very loudly.
Way plenty of range. Yeah.
If anything tries to
Jaren.
attack it,
Jaren, wouldn't I have had advantage as well?
Try.
I was within range. I was below 30 feet.
No, you
Yeah.
weren't.
I
And I was
kind of
throwing a
gave it
javelin.
to land some
What?
of the
Trying to think.
displacer beasts back.
Yeah. It would have been an advantage because fairy fire and he was
Or maybe I think we're
Yeah.
both short enough to like glance between under its
Trying to
legs.
think.
and, like,
Okay, Beast's illusionary self is not up. Yes, you would. Go ahead.
Trying to
Yeah.
make sure we don't lose our asses.
Okay.
Work
That's
on it.
19.
Okay, go ahead. Roll some damage.
Okay.
What did anyway?
You get this. This changes definitely.
7.
Scares me more. The cats.
Okay.
Or that guy.
So that javelin did not miss.
So
Equal
as
in
you
my mind.
throw it, it whizzes past your shoulder, and in one of your divination visions, you just see it clattering and you being eaten alive. As you sit there, terrified and waiting for it to happen, it right into its eye and it collapses right in front of you.
So you literally have epitaph.
Okay. Well, then I wouldn't have done what I had done if
No,
I saw
that is fine.
it was. Okay, so I want to eat that one.
Okay. At first, you feel compelled to go help the stranger,
Yeah.
but instead, you just see that as it gets struck, you see that its legs try to keep it up, and it just collapses.
Okay. And so this one, since I could get advantage even. Well, because they're flanking
Its illusionary
top.
self is there, so it'd be a straight roll.
Okay.
But it's been hit, so it's gone, so you get just straight up.
For this one.
Yes. You're in. All right.
23.
Yes. Okay. This is not turning out well.
For you or for us?
No, for them. This is not looking good.
Need some
Someone
clarification
dead?
there.
16.
Oh, it's gone.
Okay.
16 points of damage?
Yeah.
Is
How
that
would you
with
like
plus
to
9?
delete this creature?
Okay. Nice. You arc up on it and almost lift it into the air with the blade as it lands on the ground again. Is that your turn?
Yeah, there's nothing else.
It is its turn. Let's
going to make an attack on Aneth.
Okay.
Only a 10.
Nope.
Okay.
Their bodies don't
It's going
disappear.
to make a
as they die,
tentacle
right?
attack against CAEDRIK. Natural 19.
Make a dex save, bitch.
2d6. Wow, that was good. 14 points of piercing damage.
This is not good. Make a dex save.
12.
That fails. 6 lightning.
Okay. 6, reduced to 3.
Orange. It's resistant to lightning.
It's with avoidance. If it ever makes a save that allows it to save for damage, if it succeeds, it takes none. If it fails, it takes half.
Sorry, it's still yours.
Hey, Cleric! Medic!
So as you see and duck under, it swings round and smacks CAEDRIK right in the head, dragging across the top, almost scalping him as he falls and tries to hold on to the top of his head.
You good?
Medic!
I gotta get down a heavy impression.
Okay.
Medic!
Okay.
Way lower.
Kindness.
Does the same thing. Fly down, help action, fly up.
Just pretty much just full football style smacks into it, and as it like seems disoriented, it just flies away itself a little bit cross-eyed and wavering in the air. Yep. One low arc dive bomb. Okay. Coil.
Alright. So I am going to use my action to try hitting it with the crossbow.
Okay.
Because it's out of short range, that would be with disadvantage. Actually, is that one still covered in fairy fire?
It is, but its illusionary self came back on its turn, so
So it's still disadvantage.
still disadvantage.
Dang it.
Yep.
Ooh, that's not hitting.
Wouldn't that be a
not
straight
hitting.
roll?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that just be a straight
No,
roll?
it wouldn't.
No,
Because
because
you
he's at
did
disadvantage.
Oh,
right?
sure, yeah. Okay.
So he's at. It would be
extra.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Two disadvantage, one
and then I'm going to
Mhm.
use my bonus action to give Bardic Inspiration to...
Who's in range? Yeah. I think it would be.
Who are these three?
That is Aneth, SAAKA,
CAEDRIK.
CAEDRIK.
And it's up to Satyr.
Mm-hmm.
You better not hit me again with that shit.
Oh, I need to check if it was a crit. So very fired. Okay. No, it wasn't.
I'm going to
And-
give it to SAAKA.
Okay. So I forgot to roll with advantage on its strikes. So it was going to be a 3, so would have hit you still, not a crit.
Yeah.
Would have had advantage on it.
Anytime you make...
Natural 18.
On me?
Yes.
Bad.
Attack roll, save
Oh, wait,
throw,
no, but you
ability
weren't
check
fairy
for the
fire.
next
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
So you're good.
You can choose to add a 1d6 to it.
I corrected myself.
I know you're.
Nate, who'd you give
So-
it to?
SAAKA.
What'd you say?
I yell out from the trees. You can do it!
Very light, but it's there, and for
little
some reason you feel
mascot.
empowered.
I believe in you!
Kelsion, death.
Inspiration makes me
I'm
angry.
gonna go first. Going to flank around its
Hit it in the booty.
the back.
Clap
shot.
Clap its cheeks.
No.
Just literal aim shot.
It was not hit, so that's straight roll, right?
Straight.
12 plus 6, so 18.
18 hits. Go ahead and roll. I think it's a D8 and a D4.
D8
Plus 4.
What kind of damage would that metal
or
covered
8,
club do?
9.
It would be bludgeoned.
No, I mean, like, what's the amount of damage?
9 points of damage?
It's a D8.
Okay, that's what I thought.
9?
Yes.
9 points of damage. Nice.
And its illusion is gone,
Yes.
so now I would have advantage.
Yes. And this is your bonus action attack,
This would be my offhand attack.
which counts as your bonus action. You don't have your second attack yet. You're not level 5.
Sure.
But because you are dual wielding, you may make a bonus action attack.
Hold on.
That's gonna hit.
Yeah.
Okay, so your dagger does not have the extra damage. It's just D4 plus 5.
D4 plus 5.
Nice.
Yeah. There we go.
Huh?
That was
1 plus
1
5,
plus
6.
5, 6.
Alright. So, as you cut into it the first time, you strike into the body, the lightning crackling and quickly striking into its form. You then take the dagger and hook up under one of its arms and tear up. You feel the drag against the fur and muscle of it. And one of its legs go limp against its 5 that it has. It kind of favors one as it now looks over to you. It's beginning to feel pretty swarmed.
I didn't know we had 2 Tempest clerics.
Go ahead.
What'd you say?
So, I'm gonna move up and
Kelsion.
dash.
Okay, so you go to full dash, run up
And
here,
then
bonus action.
Bonus action, Cure Wounds, Satyr.
Okay.
Aww. The 2 clerics need to make a buddy cop film.
No.
Yeah.
No buddy cop film.
Yup, it's gonna happen. I get down to low HP and you just get me back up.
So how much healing?
I had to check because I didn't have this spell pulled up.
I mean, to be fair, considering your clerics, at one point it will just be the Kelsion and CAEDRIK show, and they're the only ones alive.
You have 12 health points back.
Man, no matter how hard I try, fate seems to always... for the almost... how many hours? 500 plus hours we've been playing this game. It baffles me how the fight can look so dire and then instantly just be like, oh, everyone's fine and murdering everything? What a delight!
We have grade A healers.
Yeah. No, okay. Fun. I'm gonna have to keep more notes.
No, keep less notes.
This isn't good.
We're showing our hand too
Care.
early.
Yeah.
I run 30 feet towards it. All right, I want to get within 60 feet of it.
Okay, so full dash?
No, not if that's what that would take.
Because you're 60 feet away. You're at the encampment.
So I moved. How?
You're 110 away from the beast.
Yeah, you're 110 feet. He's 55 plus 60.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it was 55 from here to there, and then 60 feet back.
Okay. In that case,
He was originally 30. But then, I guess he went back more.
No, yeah, because he went 30, and then he went another 30.
Yeah.
I went 60 from there.
Yep.
I'm gonna catapult.
Okay. So you move 30 up, and...
No, catapult is I choose an item within 60 feet, and then that item can move 90 feet in any direction to hit something.
Sweet, okay.
So
Dex save on its part?
Dex save on its part.
What are you catapulting?
Just
rock.
a rock or something.
I think that's what you said.
Okay.
Only a 9.
Cool. And I believe... Let's see, where...
Nick, next session he's just gonna be like, and you guys find a rock, and it's not happy.
It is not happy.
I don't care that you guys are
Eagle
level
size of a... Yeah. Eagle size of a
roll a
dragon.
dragon against giant bird.
22 points
No,
of...
session 3 would be fighting
Really?
the grass.
22 points of bludgeoning damage.
Wow, that's a lot.
Oh, baby.
38.
Ah.
From a rock?
Rock. And the rock explodes because it also takes 3d8.
As you chuck it, it begins amassing speed as it... You see this creature that's looking about, not noticing its tentacles whipping everywhere, its claws trying to swing out anything that comes too close. All of a sudden, BAM! It gets absolutely slammed and almost staggers straight to the ground as it looks around wildly at what just hit it.
If the flash the rocks, he would be
Okay.
better.
That is my last spell slot at all.
OLMAGTE,
Yes.
you are pretty far away from the fight.
Yes.
Bonus action just to message... nobody, we're fine. It's okay.
Message nobody.
Okay.
Alright, I am gonna... is this under Fairy Fire or anything?
It's under very far.
Okay, yeah. So I
You're still
am.
110 feet, so you're at the caravan.
If I did my dash, how far could I
You
get?
could get 60 feet, which would put you like there.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to
Begin
throw
swinging.
another javelin.
Okay. What's the range of the javelins?
120 or 30/120, so disadvantage.
Yeah, so straight roll.
Yeah. Okay, 17 to hit.
That hits.
And
Go ahead,
then
roll some damage.
Yeah, 1 second. 8 piercing.
Okay. You throw at it, and already with one of its tender legs, it sticks into that. It's looking hurt for sure. As it sinks into it, it begins looking around, realizing that it is completely surrounded. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Satyr.
Oh, baby. Alright. Oh, wait. I'm gonna inflict wounds again.
How many spells you got?
That's my last one.
Okay, sweet.
I have 3 level ones. This
Sure.
is my last one. 1.
Mm-hmm.
So 21.
Sure thing.
And then
Just action.
Just that.
Just the action. Actual. Yeah.
oh, let's
Yeah,
roll. 11, 19
Yeah,
plus
pretty sure.
5.
That's 18, I believe. I could be wrong.
14 plus what was this? That was a 5, right?
Yeah, so 19.
19 plus 5 is 24 product.
Okay.
Use my bonus action. My
Okay.
bonus action.
And then I will whack it.
Okay, go ahead.
Whacking action. 18 to hit.
That hits.
Thank God. Okay, 11 damage.
Okay.
Let's go 35.
Alright. How do you finish it?
Hell yeah! So I inflict
Okay.
wounds it.
Okay.
Okay.
And
as
then-
you strike against its body again,
I kind of
as it's recoiling, trying to fight off what seem to be your allies in the moment. As you're pushing towards it,
Seem to be.
you grab your hammer, you walk towards it, and you almost pretty much get a clear shot right on its head and upper body.
How tall is it?
In comparison to you, it almost matches you in height.
Okay, so I kind of grab onto like its whatever, like a
Tentacle?
part. Yes, and I kind of pull myself
Doom
up,
finisher!
and I literally just boom.
Okay. So as one tentacle swings down to grab you, you duck out of the way and grab onto the top half. As it lifts you into the air, you drop down and wham! Right onto its spine. As it almost goes down flat, just barely alive, you step on the back of its head and you just hear the satisfying crunch and snap of the head as it gives way.
Nice.
Your hammer sinks out of it. Okay.
I teabag it. So,
Do you have-
An interesting show of domination.
what killed the rock? Did I kill the rock?
No, I'm pretty sure our friend did.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm making my kill count. So that's 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can I like?
Okay.
Is it
I need to make the enemies harder is what I'm
No.
Is it an investigation check to like loot it?
That was a very
Something
difficult
off of
thing,
that.
Karen.
I had.
We were almost dead there.
We're all
Yeah,
bloody.
we should do this.
My crystals are
Yeah.
falling out.
Yeah.
I was
Can I
one
give her
advance
the help
away
action?
from getting made into confetti.
Only you were at that work. Everyone else is like, oh man, I'm hurt. Never mind.
Lovely DM.
Stuffed it.
So
Can I give her the help action so we can like investigate
To
it?
fight for
Like,
something.
loot it?
I want to loot it and then skin it if I can.
Yeah.
Like if I can. Make
Okay,
two
so
separate
investigation
rolls for that.
first.
Yeah.
Can I
Okay.
give her a help action?
Yes, you may.
So
There was
And
you have
another
advantage.
fury
So with-
Okay, cool.
testing.
Jaron, can I go back? I'm gonna grab my javelin
Investigation
and
is
can
minus
I do an
21?
investigation?
Goal.
On
The one that
near
was
you?
back there.
Yes, you may.
Yeah.
21.
21.
For the
Is there anything
investigation?
specifically you're looking for?
Parts intact that may be useful to me in the future. Teeth, claws, tentacles. You know those patches.
As you
I've
look
heard
through,
got some good stuff.
You do find that the tentacles are intact, besides the one that was cut
Right.
by SAAKA. It seems a bit damaged, but each one looks like this almost diamond-shaped pad with several different claws on it and hooks. It looks like it would be interesting to attempt to remove and then find usage of that aren't more decorative than anything of actual use of to you, as it is more a bone protrusion than anything else, and therefore not a great material to use in crafting a weapon.
Would I be able to include it if I were to skin the beast? To the best of my ability, would I be able to keep it attached to the skin?
You could give me a roll and I'll give you an answer.
Okay.
Cast guidance.
Okay.
I'm right next to
I
you.
will say that with that investigation check, however, as you come close to this thing, you notice something interesting. It seems to have previous wounds, cuts and gashes that seem a bit more fresh than old and well healed over. It seems to maybe have taken it less than a day or so ago. It looks bitten and roughed up in several different places. And even its very eyes, which look to be a normal steel-like color, have been tainted. The very irises partially dipped a light green shade.
Maybe those would be...
Go ahead and make a survival check.
Survival?
For skinning?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's going to be 16, 17, 18.
18.
Yeah.
Okay. As you begin carving, I'll say for the sake of it, you get...
Hey, can you give me a tooth?
Yeah, of course.
You get, I'll say, roughly a pound of Displacer beast skin, fur, as well as looking for my pen.
That would be really cool to like make a cloak out of if it like can if you can get its illusionary properties into a cloak.
I'll say 3 teeth and let's see here. Roll.
Make it into a cloak for me.
You didn't.
I need a new
I hope.
He gave you all advantage.
3 of its
Close by
spikes.
3 of you could fit
Okay.
in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I get one of those teeth?
It's
Yeah.
blanky at night,
Let's
right?
go.
Just hides under it.
It's like one of those old
It's called a
movies
displacer
kids
piece?
trick
Yes.
into the movie.
Yes.
And is it a full tooth?
Yes.
Okay.
With that, you do a good job in cutting a good amount of the fur, pulling the teeth out, and getting some of these bone protrusions without cutting your hand very well. The rest of it, however, is a bit tough, and you'd realize that you'd really have to take a sit-down time to
I'd probably have
do
to like
this.
take this back and be like, hey,
Yeah.
look. Speaking of which, can I take the rest of it back to show Lux?
Oh.
Say this is what we were dealing with?
At this point, as you are cutting into it and you begin heading back, and Kara, you take a very deep and heavy breath. The rest of you that are sitting there hear another cry ring out near the cliffside. Just past the top end of the carts near the cliff. It lasts for but a few seconds before it seems to slowly fade.
Is this a recognizable cry?
It seems to be a scream, but not female.
Hey, Jaron, I got a 13 on my investigation.
13. You find somewhat of the same thing. It seems to be
Someone
roughed up
else
in
is
previous wounds.
Grab with.
I wanted to actually bring the whole beast back.
Okay, that would take some time.
That's fine.
As this thing is quite large. It is just like literally right in front of one of the carts. So it wouldn't be forever, but even for someone of your stature, just dragging this thing like nothing is not going to be the case. It's going to take some effort.
That's fine.
So you begin dragging it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can
I'm using a
assist
mage
him?
hand to help.
Sure.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna help
I'll
you
grab another
get it
one.
in there.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
I'm a ways away, by the way.
Oh, never mind.
I'm
I'm
over
also
120 feet away.
towards the screen.
Okay.
And
As you two begin dragging and you begin running up to catch up to him, you're grabbing that one specifically?
He
The
said he was
farther
super
one
far
out?
away, so I don't
Yeah.
have him track.
Well, he ran up to you guys and threw a javelin. So
Oh.
you guys are grabbing that one,
So you
slowly
are
dragging
dragging,
it.
so I'm
the rest
with
of
you.
you guys begin sprinting.
What's like
The sound of the
when I
cold
went
winds
back?
rushing past your face as you run, stinging some of your fresh wounds. You run into the encampment, and all the members of the camp themselves are shot up in their knapsacks. Their skin pale. They look out in shock of the sudden noise. You make your way through, making sure not to run over any still sitting or laying down people. Some of you simply leaping or stepping over there to get faster. These people that are just rolled up, trying to still get rest. Rushing as quick as you can between the spaces of one of the two of the three wagons. There's separations, and you run through them. You can already see a bit of light on the edge of the cliff. As you make your way directly to the cliff edge, you look over just to the left as you run past. And at a foot of the ledge, peering over, is Lux, wearing nothing but baggy white shirt and pants, who is holding a lantern on one hand and a falchion in the other. The blade is well oiled and polished, the hilt having no guard, but beautiful golden cloth around the grip. Beside him is Rala. She peers down on one knee delicately on the ledge, looking down. You notice she holds a glass vial in her hand, thin but longer, a deep blue liquid in it. You can hear Lux saying, "Careful not wanting you to go over too." Rala responds, "I know what I'm doing. We need to find it if we can. You and I both saw it happen." Lux looks over his shoulder, and a heavy sigh of relief comes over him. "I hope your night has been more successful than ours, because this nightmare is simply going to continue." He looks down again, holding the lantern almost over to cast the light down. You notice that very edge of the coastline on this cliff. The first several inches is just thick grass and dirt, overgrowing and curling over the cliff. You look over and see the earth leaning forward ever so slightly where Rala sits, herself being very tender in her movements as she's weighing down this cliff edge. You also see that the cliff is not flat itself as you look down. Instead, several protrusions as well as dips and bumps of stone are everywhere. You see that Lux goes, "Something got Melric. I was walking about, trying to make sure everyone was safe while you were dealing with our problem. I saw Melric stargazing, as if in a trance, so I decided to be quiet and not alert him. But as soon as he was finishing and coming out of it, a hand, clawed, massive, grotesque, grabbed him and pulled him down. I grabbed a lantern and ran over, but by the time all I heard was a screeching noise. By the time Melric was falling. Whatever grabbed him moved behind one of these pieces of stone. And I've been trying to make visual sense. Rala joined me a few moments ago. We have an issue, however. I can't be sure, but I believe I saw Melric swing at his attacker when he was grabbed. If we can get down there somehow, to the reef, find the body, we may be able to discover about this monster. You don't have to, but I'm asking that some of you descend with me. The others keep watch.
I'm gonna do what I've been doing. I'm gonna pick up another rock or something, throw it, cast light on it, and throw it down off the cliff. See if
chuck it down. Falls 300 feet or so. That's it. The light shining across the rock face. It looks to be amongst the bumps and dips. It gives some clarity to some areas, but others remain well hidden in the shadow as it drops. As it falls, and as it hits the reef, you see it scatters across one of the rocks and just falls into the water. You don't really pick up a body amongst those two stone it lights up. One's a bit more rounder. The one off to the left seems a bit sharper and angled, jutting outwards towards the ocean.
300 feet, that's a bit more than the 10 feet of that quote you gave me.
Yeah, I believe so. Did you use it?
No need to. What we were facing was displacement beast, not humanoid.
Good. Good.
If you want it back, here it is.
Sure. Give it back to him, and he holds it over one shoulder, hands it over to Rala, who steps away from the cliff edge and takes a hold of it. Are some of you willing to come join me?
I'd be willing to make the descent.
I'll join too.
Are we there yet?
You guys are taking a little bit. 'Cause
Yeah.
I
you're
did not
100
grab the one with them, by the way, because I was over
Okay,
here
you're
when I
grabbing-
threw it.
Yeah,
so the
I
one they're
was
pulling
thinking-
has my javelin in it, but I didn't grab the javelin from that one. I grabbed it from the other one
Okay.
that I threw in before.
So you went back
and
to
I
the
went
caravan.
back and then grabbed that one, and I'm bringing that one with.
Okay, so that's going to take some time.
Yeah.
Sure. You by yourself, make a strength check. You are by yourself, and that is not a small beast you're trying to pull.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, he's helping me.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
Between the two of you, then it should be easier as you pull. At this point, no, you would not be there. It's about 110 feet, and you two are dragging a large beast. Yeah, it's not something you really train for.
Definitely not.
So, you two. So the 3 tieflings, you begin fitting your gear together to a place where it's tightly gripped against you. You begin slowly to
Tiefling
grab
trio.
on and descend,
Triage.
grabbing and instantly curling yourself over the edge so it doesn't give way and collapse. I would like athletics check for the 3 members going down. I will roll for Lux. That's pretty good. He has a negative. Still decent.
Not acrobatics?
This isn't really something you parkour. You cannot parkour cliff climbing.
I can tell. That is a 20 total.
Okay.
11.
All right. Being already a bit sore from being tied up for hours on end, and then immediately getting into a fight and then sprinting and having to
Wasn't much
climb
fight,
down.
but
Your arms are still a decent bit sore as you start.
you two shut up.
You instantly curl yourself over the edge, however, and man, you two. Campaign 2 is going to be a doozy.
Efficacy's
Yes.
so
So
hard.
you're hoping that any footing you grab does not give way and collapse, which it doesn't. Taking a moment to find good gripping with each move, you begin to slowly crawl your way down. The process is very slow, and you find yourself finding traction. But you notice that to each dip or elevation of stone, and it slows your progress as you snail your way down, and then back up sometimes as it's a dip, or perhaps climbing up an elevation of stone and having to climb back down to the level stone face. You look down as you begin descending, and see that the ocean is calm. The waters lap up and splash against the rough, broken bodies of stone, but nothing more than a space, or in between and a light wave that splashes over. The reef is not a threat at the moment. It takes you nearly 25 or so minutes to get down, as the slow descent dips and the bumps does make it rough for a straight shot down. Your footing, however, does find a bit more of a mound-shaped stone that your light stone scattered on earlier. A dome-top shape to it, you can feel the rough ground hit the bottom of your feet, even with a more blunted feel to it. You can already tell that these different shaped and malformed rocks are that of thin pointed spikes, and you feel like if you were to trip up, then your shoes and feet would be torn to bits. However, some do look blunted and larger, just like the one you stand on now. Each one as rough and round platforms. You can feel the slick give as you slowly move across this surface, the water leaving these stones with a feeling of grease to it. Looking about, there are several feet of space in between each and every one of these rocks, and the body is nowhere in sight immediately. You figure that you're going to have to look for him.
I command kindness to descend below with them.
Okay.
And then I sit atop the edge of the cliff and begin the Find Familiar ritual again.
Okay.
And then as they're descending, that 10 minutes would have been reached, and I have her change into a quipper while not far from the water.
Okay. So it begins to morph. What are you having it do?
Before I had her leave my range, look for the corpse. Guide the others to it if you can.
Okay. And I would like perception checks.
Perception checks.
Can you say one more time what you turned?
A quiver. It is a tiny fish that has a swim speed of 40. It has...
I thought you said quiver at first. That's why I was asking.
Oh.
I'm like, that's interesting. I don't think that's a thing, but...
No.
Yeah.
24.
24? And you can make a perception check for a fish.
Sure. It has blood frenzy. Is there blood in the water?
Probably mine soon.
Does
Yeah.
that affect anything?
Sure.
Does that help me at all?
Go ahead and take it with advantage.
Okay.
I'll give it to you. 5. Cool. You are a bit more nervous about perhaps something being on this cliff face with you this entire time, and still as you're down there are just keeping an eye out for anything that may be coming your way.
17.
17.
19 minus 2.
There is blood in the water, but he's not finding a body as he's moving about in there. And as you walk into him, you see that it seems that as you begin curling just off to the right, that trickling into the water from one of these stones is blood.
Trickling into the water from one of these stones?
That perhaps the body smacked the reef and is bleeding into the ocean.
Okay.
You, as you slowly, moving onto your stone, make your way across, you look about, and just on the stone to the right of this one, as your drop was just off to the left, and so missed it, there is a thinner, lower oval-shaped stone, just a little north of the one you're on, and just almost overhanging into the ocean, one of its hands dipping into the water, you see what lies the body of what you assumed was Melric.
Kelp.
Yeah. It is a red mess. No real light for you to see great, but with dark vision, you make out the red splatter and chunks of body that are everywhere. Parts of him that look more skid mark and jelly than human. You can only make out half of his face, which looks in your direction. You feel like from where it is, as your stone is higher up and a bit off, you're going to have to honestly make a leap or try to descend, get into the water, and climb onto that stone. As this is not just simple ground. You see Lux goes, well, I will admit that I am not quite the physical ability kind, or any of you.
How far would I have to leap?
It looks to be about 12 feet away and 6 feet lower in elevation than where you stand now. And already you feel that taking just a sprinting jump may be difficult due to the fact of how slick this stone you stand on is.
It's really far away.
Shark bait.
You're also D&D characters.
Yeah, that's true.
Where's the rules for a running jump?
10 feet of running, and then it's whatever your strength score is on a vertical. Well, yeah.
Down.
Yeah.
Yeah, running, jumping, length. What's your strength score?
14.
So yeah, you can jump 14 feet in length on 10 feet of running.
That's basically enough.
Yeah, it's 12 feet, but it's
It
just
is
6
enough.
feet down.
Yeah,
So
no,
the other-
it's basically enough.
But it's still going to be a check.
Slippery.
Mm-hmm.
I made it. I didn't make it.
I can attempt it first.
Be my guest.
Alright. Make a path. I'm gonna attempt the jump.
Sure thing. Okay, this for sure will be interesting.
I hope it will.
Go ahead and make an athletics check.
A flight backhand as he tries to run and leap.
Okay.
That'd be a 21.
You look over, slowly making your way to the edge of stone within the slope, and you're trying not to slip as you reach the end of this dome-like rock, and you back up just a foot or so, look down, and once again measure it, the 12 feet, the 6 feet drop that you're going to have to take. You find yourself prepping and trying not to run so you lose footing. From there, you prep yourself and jump, just catching onto it with enough grip. The stone and salt water making your hands almost immediately raw from the initial catch. You begin climbing slowly, cutting into your fingertips, but not caring at this point as you climb up. And you make out the half face of a man. Dark-haired, one intact brown eye, shot open, a goatee, but now only partially visible as chunks of skin and bone are scattered into it and everywhere across. It's a human pancake, and it is a very gruesome sight. You can look about, or
can I make another perception check to look around? See.
Yeah, if you want to look about.
Yeah. 21.
Looking back up at the cliff face and around at the water, nothing is here with you. It's just you and the body.
There's no one else around here.
Okay.
Let's go.
That's
Thank
good.
God.
Okay. I guess.
Anything on the body?
Can I search the body?
Make an investigation check.
Nice roll. 19.
Yeah, solid.
Plus 3, so 22.
22. As you begin to look through the body, the one arm still intact. As you assume the other was outstretched front trying to block himself, is no longer even visible or findable. It is clenched tightly into a fist, the one that's raised and slightly dipped into the water. As you slowly unfurl the hands, you see a collection of buttons in them. Familiar dark ones. You take them into your hand and then you look back up to the cliff face. Being a few feet away, you need to make a small hop to either get to the cliff face or back to the rock.
I'll get to the cliff face.
Okay, so you pocket them, hop, catch on, make another athletics check. And you see that your friend just begins to slowly climb back up.
Does he?
That's a 7 plus 6, so
13.
13, thank you.
Alright. You as well.
Athletics, correct?
Yes.
That is a 17.
Okay. 15 for Lux total, so pretty good. Easily enough between the three of you, you grip onto the cliff, each and every one of you slowly, and begin to ascend. Your fingers burning, your arms are sore. You feel like you are not going to enjoy the climb, which you do not. It takes you a while to make the climb. It's going to take longer than what it initially was, as your sore bodies need rest, and you just slowly begin climbing and taking several breaks. Almost another hour passes before the rest of you reach the top. Your arms feeling torn to shreds. As you get to the top, Lux kind of gets up there and goes, "Did you find anything?"
I pull out the buttons. These were in his hand.
He takes them in his hand. He slowly looks over to Rala. Rala, who's kind of eyes wide in shock, kind of looks and goes, No. She's interrupted by a calm and steady voice of Maedra, who walks out from her wagon, and she goes, "Did you not? Are you sure that your instincts didn't get the best of you?" You see Rala turn sharply towards her hand gripping a small vial on her chest, held by a leather necklace. "No, would never let it get out of hand. I'd never be so sloppy. And besides, it's impossible that I could have done this and then joined Lux so quickly." Major stays silent for a while and then speaks. "Yes, but you are not the only one with a more feral temperament, correct?" Rala quickly shoots back. "He had nothing to do with this. You leave him out of it. Do you hear me? He was asleep in the wagon when I went to go help Lux. Major says, is he? Or is that another incorrect statement? Major looks over to Lux, who has a face of bewilderment and surprise, looking back and forth between the two bickering women. And Major continues going, I am sorry about not being able to see the true threat the first time. But now I believe I do. I heard the scream but didn't come to you. I looked to see everyone's safe. And only one isn't accounted for, I find. She looks back to Rala, whose face slowly drops in dismay and panic. What do you mean? Kramer isn't here. Her face grows very angry in a sudden flash as she steps towards Maedra. What did you do to my son? She's stopped by Lux, who stands in front of her. He breathes for a second, and he looks to Maedra. You don't know where Kramer is? As he turns to Rala. Rala doesn't speak. Tears slowly welling in her eyes. Lux turns back to Maedra, who continues. Her son is not far. Come, follow me.
Where's Cyclops, dude?
She turns and begins to walk at an angle through the encampment, taking those who follow back out near the lone tree. Lying against it, naked and bloodstained, on the mouth and hands, is Kramer, who is fast asleep. Rala, who had a very loose follow, quickly pushes past those who are in the way and begins to run up and hold him. She's crying under her breath but trying to maintain herself. Several moments pass before she gains enough composure for a while to say, he never had any showing of tendencies. Why would it start now? Why now? Kramer isn't violent. He wouldn't do this. She chokes up and stops, holding his head in her hands and crying. Lux looks nothing short of torn. Very conflicted feelings. He runs his hands through his hair and places them on his head, speaks in low tones in a different language, pacing back and forth. He stops, looks to the ground, breathes heavy and says, bring him back to us. We'll wait for him to wake up, and we'll discuss more. Rala picks up her son in her arms slowly, begins to walk back to her wagon, saying over and over, this just can't. This doesn't make... No, this can't. As they turn and walk, Lux trying to follow quickly behind, Maedra outstretches a hand and touches him on the shoulder, which he stops and does not turn to her. She goes, I hope you know that this will have to be a family decision. Lux says, I know our own rules, Maedra. You do not need to remind me. Maedra speaks again. We've lost 2 people to the boy. They will want a harsher punishment. Lux quickly snaps. We are not killing a boy. He's done no wrong on purpose, and you know that. Maedra lifts her hand and goes, I am not your enemy. I am not wanting them to be hurt. Please understand. She looks to Rala, who's slowly trying to walk off, but within earshot. These people love your child, but even with this in mind, they will not understand. They will not be forgiving of what they don't understand. They will want to get rid of this thing that is stronger than them and that they do not understand. They will kill him. Rala just shifts her head back, not saying anything. Maedra turns to Lux, breathes deeply and goes, send her away. Cast her out of the group. Rala quickly pipes up, no! We couldn't survive. If any one of those mages, guards, your cow find us, we're dead. Maedra calmly replies, still looking to Lux. Sorry. Yeah. Would you rather see these people who've come to enjoy turn on you and have your son killed? Or are you willing to have a chance to reach out to a different group of travelers? You will survive longer. She continues her gaze at Lux, who's been thinking to himself in silence this entire time. He looks at Medra, looks to Rala, and looks to the group that is following him. We will let the people decide. Rala is one of us. We will speak amongst each other for the day to come. Tomorrow night, we will tell the rest. He quickly turns before Medra can outstretch a hand again and begins walking, touching Kramer on the head and rustling his hair, and with a small smile walks back with Rala to the encampment. Medra, who stands there, turns and looks to the group of you. She gestures SAAKA closer with a hand.
Step forward.
She tries to give her best kind expression as she goes, I wish to apologize to you. I did not foresee the right one, the right beast. And I am sorry. But I'm afraid our threats are not through. In the next few days, I sense it. I cannot tell much besides the fact that it will be more aggressive than the last. I would suggest that you lay another trap for tomorrow night and the nights to come. As much as we are in disarray, we will need people defending us. It would be helpful that while we make these decisions that we are defended. She looks about to those of you who are there. Thank you for everything you have done so far. It has been a pleasure to meet you all and to know that you all so valiantly defended us tonight. Good night to you all. She herself moves away, her dress seamlessly gliding across the ground. You're all left in the dark at night.
And who was that again?
That was Medra.
Medra, okay.
CAEDRIK and I are still dragging the displaced piece. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
I probably
think
got
we'd,
back by
just
then.
get to the camp.
At this point.
Yeah.
Someone who appreciates us so much does not keep us in the light.
You can figure it out from context, please.
Satyr just rolls her eyes at you.
So, what are you doing?
I'm carving meat chunks out of that beast. I am hungry.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty sure there's the spare ribs in the field if you want those.
Yeah.
I'd rather eat what I just killed. You know?
I would,
Does Rory Lux know what we fought?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
he
told
did.
Lux immediately. I would like to follow Medra, actually.
Me too.
Okay.
She begins walking, and you follow her, and she notices that you follow, but simply gives a slight smile and walks into her wagon, ducking her head as she enters, as she's taller than the entrance. Her place is a touch more detailed than you would first think. A black velvet carpet laid on the wagon floor, and cloth that is laid on top of the shelves of darkened wood that are on the sides of the wagon itself, the square shelves that run across. A very small glass ball hangs from the ceiling itself on a rope, a very dim, dull green glow to the interior of this entire place. You see that as she moves in, she sits up against one of the walls, the back one, just where you would move it to get into the rider's seat. Begins sitting and thinking to herself, but opens her eyes as she senses your footsteps walking up the plank to enter. Up.
May I enter?
Of course.
I will take off, like the long coat, lay it next to me, and put my umbrella on top of it. You, perhaps I misunderstood, but you spoke of seeing things, the future.
They are dreams and visions. Not quite under my control, but of a sort, yes. Why?
I have similar premonitions, but I have not spoken to others who can do the same as I can.
She leans forward. How?
I think for a moment, and I pull out a deck of cards from within my cloak.
SAAKA, what, you'd seen him toying with what you thought was honestly just random baubles and whatever it was. You now see what looks to be a very dark deck being pulled out. What looks to be several different filigree insignias of deep red paints over these pure black cards. It is strange as it seems to almost be shifting and moving, as if each card is an endless void of beginning letters and languages.
I can't do it on command, and I can't control how they work or what they do, but I see things.
You see a small smile come across her face and she goes, so you know what it's like then?
Yes. Do not trust your own mind or your own eyes.
To have it be closed and to still be watching. It's a nightmare sometimes.
Yes.
To not know which is even real. And barely being able to do anything about it.
Were you always able to do this?
No. I was changed a long time ago, to say the least. How about yourself? How long have you had those? As she gestures back to the coat.
34 years.
Well, we're at least close.
Would I have been able to see them going into the wagon?
You were following with this group, so you would have seen Care
Okay.
walk away.
Could I go into the wagon to see what they're up to?
Sure. As you begin approaching and walking in, you catch the next bit where she goes, I have been around for quite a while. I myself I hail from Stjornhavk. I was experimented on as a child. And those experiments left me with these scars. Isn't it strange that although we can see and sometimes predict the future, that it is not the future that we mold that always means something, but the past that creates us? I find it fascinating that for everything I can see ahead of me, all I can do is look back.
The world is curious that way.
Good.
For even though I have glimpses, I do not know where these come from, why the man who had them in the first place, or where they will lead me in the end.
As COIL walks in. Oh. Well, it seems to look like you're at least not alone. And she even looks over to SAAKA and goes, if I may ask, am I in some sort of trouble?
Absolutely not. She may have questions of her own, but insight was from. I still do
She
not know.
gestures up to the diamond placed within her forehead. Does that answer your question, Mr. Care?
It does very much.
She looks over to you. How may I help? See the light green crystal embedded in her just sheens a tiny bit as she smiles at you.
I think some of my questions have been answered. The beast you speak of not understanding the right one.
Yes.
What is the right one?
I can only catch glimpses that I can. I've been having... The one that you face, I was not wrong about. The description I gave and the bodies I see being dragged into the encampment. I had seen a few of them, being able to depict more features. I've only gotten one, however, of the true one. It was just larger. More angry, I could feel.
One of many?
I cannot say. I've only ever had one glimpse. If I get more, I will let you know.
What happened today?
That would be for you to speak with Rala about, I feel. That is not my place. And even though I spoke what could be seen as coldly, it was only because it was true. We speak together and try to get through everything through a group decision. And even though I myself enjoy that boy much, none can look past the fact of he has killed two of us. May I ask a question?
Yes.
To the both of you.
Absolutely.
Ever since you've walked in here, I've been getting small glimpses, pictures and frames. What is so special about the two of you?
I do not know if there is anything special. And if there is something unusual about us, it hasn't made itself known yet.
She cocks her head to SAAKA.
I am yet a simple Half-Orc.
Then it seems the threads of fate are just beginning.
Saaka looks to Karen. No offense.
I'm playing with the cards in game as well.
You see that he's deep in thought with himself. Well then. Make sure your head doesn't get too lost in the clouds.
Thank you.
And remain clean.
Thank you for being so forthright. I hope you have a good evening. And I pat Coil on the head and I jacket, umbrella, and begin to leave.
I follow Kara out.
I slowly
You feel the small
follow
tickling
Kara.
sensation on your forearm again.
Just pull down my sleeve. Or cloak.
You see that she kind of covers one side of her with the owlbear cloak as you walk.
The night is cold. Yes, it is cold.
Yes, it is.
We are surrounded by interesting folk.
I have more questions than answers.
That is life. You live long enough. Not all questions have answers.
I'm beginning to learn that.
I retire to where I slept the night before and pull out a bedroll and a blanket and intend to go to sleep.
What did the rest of you do?
go talk to the mother and her kid.
Rala.
Yeah.
You go and you find Rala is in her car. Her wagon is much more simple as you look into it. There is almost nothing really decorating it. As for most of these, they're all pretty simple. Madra's was probably the most fanciful of them all. In this is only the knapsack that, two knapsacks that are next to each other, one for Rala, one for Kramer within it, along with the shelves on the side, leaned up against the cloth wall of the wagon. But she sees you approaching and stands and walks over to you.
I couldn't help but overhear the conversation.
Yeah, really wish you weren't.
I'm sorry, but about the boy he killed, he was the reason for the two?
I'd rather you not say that out loud.
What is he?
He's what I've been working to get rid of my entire life. You see that she pulls on a leather necklace that holds a small red vial to it, and she goes, "This keeps me from transforming every time I feel an urge."
You like me?
I'm like what now?
Nothing. Cursed or born with it?
Born with it.
Okay.
She places it back on. But his father was not. And I had it immediately. He showed no signs. And he's 9 now. He shouldn't be having anything. But now I'm going to have to teach him to be disciplined as well.
Yeah.
You see that the tear stains are still on her, although she no longer is crying. As she just looks back to her son and goes, "I didn't want this life for him. I wanted it to be simple, just to get money and to go somewhere. Lux took us in. He knew what we were, but he didn't care."
No, I didn't choose this either. And I roll back my sleeve and show my heavily scarred arm. All of those aren't from my choice.
High moons.
Low suns.
Stay away. I don't want anything to do with you. And I've already done my share of running.
Well then. I take a step back.
She slightly nods, turns, walks back into her wagon.
Have a good night. Walk away.
Where are you guys?
I think we're just arriving at the camp, right?
Well, you arrived a little bit
camp,
ago.
and
Yeah.
I assumed I was in the camp, and I was just going to be cutting and cooking some meat.
Yeah,
Okay.
getting a little bit of food
This
before
placer
we wrap.
beast is probably not a very edible meat. You find out quickly
No.
from both the smell and very first tastes of it.
I feel like I probably would just be able to eat grass at this point. Like, I
Audrey
give
and
it a
Kathis
little
are
bit
both very accomplished cooks, and within their wagon does have cooking and herb supplies, so does whip up a decent
I
meal.
tell him
Oh,
I tell him
okay.
to save a little piece and don't cook it, because I'm going to give it to Coil. Or not, like, don't cook it, but like don't put like seasoning on it or whatever. To get back for taking my ribs.
Oh.
Sure. I can get a piece of meat. Kathis, the left side goes, "Just follow me." Begins walking back to his wagon.
Well, I'm gonna sit out near the fire and just kind of look at the stars for a moment before tending to my wounds. You know, wrapping up, cleaning up, you know, wet rag.
As you wrap up, get hit in the shoulder with a rock.
Excuse me?
You turn and there's a rock with covered paper over it.
Oh. Well, I mean, I read it.
You unfold it, and it seems to be a small, very rough drawing of the 5 carts along the cliffside, and a sketched-in horse head with a question mark next to it.
I stand up and I go, Cedric, are you there?
Am I nearby?
You were just beginning to walk away, and you just saw the rock hit her, and she read it and shot upwards.
Hold on just a second.
No. You need to hold on a second. We need to go check on Beetle.
His eyes go. He just turns pale. I just go to try to find the horse.
Yeah,
like,
so I book
back
it over to where the horses usually are.
Beetle is not there. His rope is snapped, and the other horses are still where they were, all shuffled to one end of the stake, but where off to the right, it was seemingly...
Any tracks?
Yeah, it seems to be hooking around the caravan.
Okay, I'm following the tracks.
I am sprinting.
Cedric is booking somehow faster than you.
I am running as fast as I possibly
can. You
can.
sprint and begin looking about, and as you get to the other side, go ahead and make a perception check as you're on the side facing the road.
Oh lordy, that ain't good.
No, it's not.
Oh, that's a 7.
7.
Oh gosh. That's a 6.
No!
6?
I am screaming Beetle's name at the top of my lungs. I don't care who's hearing me. I don't care what's hearing me.
Across the road, you see a figure riding off northwards.
I'm running after it.
Yep.
On foot, you're not catching up to Beetle.
Okay, but does Beetle hear us /
As you
acknowledge
scream
us?
to Beetle, it begins to slow and then stop. And as you run, it takes quite a bit, but you finally hit the road, and you turn and you look and you see a cloaked, hooded figure slowly turn to you.
Is it a familiar one?
It's larger. And then
Okay, we're fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Pushes the horse onward.
Okay, have a good one. You know where to find us.
Are we
You
still
see
like
that
next?
he throws it back, and on the dirt road, you see a gold pouch hit the ground.
I pick it up and I kind of exchange a glance, and then I open up the pouch.
Contains 150 gold pieces with a small note.
Reading the note.
I did a job, got some money, paying you back.
He's just gonna leave? We ain't even gonna talk? We're not talking? Question mark?
The figure does not move, nor does the horse stop anymore as it just begins riding. You do notice that on the backside it goes, may want to get off the road.
Getting off the road.
You step off and begin moving. As you walk back, several sounds of beating hooves as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 11 guard on mounted horseback sprinting off begin going across the road, not paying any mind to you as you head back to the caravan.
Well,
where am I?
You were next to you.
Okay.
I'm assuming you got off the road.
Thank God.
do you think we're gonna be okay? Well, he's gonna be okay.
He's fine.
Are they gonna be okay? Is Beetle gonna be okay? I'm worried about that horse. I could care less about who's riding him.
It was a good horse.
Yeah. With that, I divvy up equal parts. I assume it's 75 gold each? 85 gold?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. 75 gold each. And then I'm going to pocket the note, just in case.
Sure thing. Making note.
I made money and I didn't have to do anything. Besides lose a horse. Hey, I tried. I called out for Beetle in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, you did. Maybe that's why the rope broke.
I was expecting Beetle to just swoop in as a mighty steed. So
He'd probably like
run down to displace your beast.
saunter in.
Yeah.
Okay. So is anyone else doing anything?
Going to sleep.
I am going to be patrolling all the carts. and just looking around everywhere.
You begin walking.
I'll make a kindness not a fish at the bottom of the ocean before I go to sleep.
Back to a snake, lying on the ground. Okay. Anyone else?
What do the weather conditions look like?
It's a clear night out. Full moon is now here.
You better not change that.
That's
What, you think I have power over the weather?
I don't know what kind of power you have, man.
If anything, it's you that's gonna change the weather.
That is true.
I think you might want
I'm
to
gonna
tie
build
that
and
man up.
start a thunderstorm.
That is true. I cast Thunder Wave. Just kidding. Oh, that'd be
A
fun.
bunch of armed guards running fast, and you cast Thunder Wave.
You're like, what?
He startled me. Whoa!
Same night. Before you go to sleep, you feel that it is slowly beginning to climb a little bit quicker than what you're noticing.
Just kind of wipe, brush it off.
Wipe it off. It smears a bit and doesn't come off as easy. You take a few more minutes.
Water.
Use some water on your water skin, and the line of ash slowly climbing your forearm dissipates. You use your cloak and, as a blanket, roll over, and very stressfully go to sleep.
Very concerned.
Okay. Is anyone doing anything else? So, as rest takes you, finds you, and some of you stay up to do a watch. That is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Alright.
Nice.
Alrighty.